Well, Michael, stream.
Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. This is fun.
It is fun.
This is great.
Fun.
This is my radio, whatever you want to call yourself.
Conciliary.
Yep. And my radio, whatever you want to call yourself.
Bigger brother.
And my radio nemesis, all here.
Nemesis.
Step brother.
Step brother.
That's what you guys are.
I'm the brother that stepped up.
Mm-hmm.
There's a kid that
You're the
plays
brother
for-
that stepped to the side is what you are.
kid that plays for Central basketball, and I got to get his picture for you because he's you.
No way.
And his name is John Peterson.
That's weird.
Yes, kid can shoot the three though,
Yeah.
but he
I
is
couldn't.
you as a young person.
Brick.
He is you as a young
You have
person.
a kid that nobody knows
before all
about?
the
And then there's
hair.
Steve Mnuchin, who's me as an older
Do you have
person.
a kid that
person.
nobody knows about?
That guy gets no women.
Steve Mnuchin?
No, John Peterson.
No, John. The way he shoots the three, yes, he does.
Yeah.
If you can score on the basketball
You can
court,
score?
you usually can score off the basketball
That's actually
court.
not
In high school, it's very
incorrect.
Now,
Very true.
So you
Because
just told
one
us
of
the
my
story.
best-
How's your basketball game?
I did not play well in basketball, but
Boom.
one of
Explains
my
his story he told us 5 minutes ago.
but the one night where things went well, I did score in hockey.
Look
so
at that.
there was a
Yeah,
correlation
yeah. I was thinking about that the other day. Wait,
of
yesterday.
of Matt McMaster scoring in high school. You were thinking about that?
So Jesse Jackson died, obviously.
R.I.P.
And when I was thinking about seeing him at the Superdome. They let us out of school earlier. I ended up hooking up with a girl at the Superdome,
Nice.
and we ended up making out behind the all the concession stands
Yeah.
while Jesse was giving his speech. It was good cork.
Where
memory
is that
for
the
me.
weirdest place you've made out with somebody?
Oh no,
Yeah.
no, definitely weirder places than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine's probably got
That's not even that weird.
Yeah, it's just an arena.
Mine's
or a
probably-
It
stadium.
was in a Superdome.
mine's
yeah.
probably a church parking lot.
Oh, we definitely we played Spin the Bottle in Father Tarantino's office.
Like a lot of people kiss in church parking lots.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, teenagers?
I had a really good spot. There was in a church parking lot. There were these two, like hedge walls, right? Like they
Yeah.
were big, and so they were like lined up on brick, and then there was like a line of trees that hit the brick that was lined with like the grass. And so
Yeah.
the reason why the leaves were there is so people when they parked there at
Mhm,
night,
mhm.
it didn't shine into somebody's house.
Important.
And so
Right. That's important.
if you like parked, I would like parallel park it like up on that corner with the lights off facing the trees. It was
Yeah.
the perfect spot.
When I was in 7th and 8th grade, I can't sing. It's one of the true tragedies of my life. And so the kids who were in choir would go off to the church across the street and sing. And
Yeah.
the 6 or 7 of us that didn't, we would stay. We'd go down to Father Tarantino's office and we would play Spin the Bottle.
Wow.
It was three girls, 4 boys, and we had the little teams and stuff, and that was fun. Yeah. That's probably the weirdest place I made out was in Father Tarantino's
Yeah.
office.
That is pretty weird.
There's a very famous place in Chicago called Superdog that they have really good hot dogs.
Do you have a button
Chicago.
you push or anything?
What's going on?
When he either
When I-
talks about
when I-
Chicago
when
or
I
his
ta-
dad?
when I talk
Do
about-
you
Get out.
but
Little
that's
get
like
out of
2
here.
minutes
Get
in.
out of here. Get out of
Nice
here. First
job.
off, what?
2
I
minutes in.
can't talk about my dad.
2
Why can't-
minutes in.
Why can't I talk about
It's
my
all,
dad?
you talk about him all you want. You
Yeah,
do, actually.
I will talk about it.
I know you do.
And I'll
2
talk
minutes.
about where I grew up. I'm sorry I didn't grow up in Nebraska. My bad, guys.
Hey, you don't have to grow up in Nebraska. It would have
Well,
helped you.
clearly
probably.
there's a problem with bringing up Chicago.
but
that
just
you gotta hit
bringing
a
up
button
Chicago
about.
all the time. It's just a
Well,
city
it's
I
because
hate.
where I grew up.
It's a city I hate.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine.
You okay? You be all right over there?
Yeah, no,
Okay,
fine.
calm
You're
yourself.
triggered like last week again.
I can't find stupid Big Ten Plus.
It's
for-
fine. We
for
don't need it. We
Knicks
don't
We
need
definitely
to-
don't need
Iowa.
Nebraska.
We don't need to watch
baseball.
Iowa baseball on a Tuesday.
We
I
don't
didn't even
need
know
to, but it'd be cool.
Nick
if
can
we
watch
did.
it on his laptop.
I don't have Big Ten Plus.
Log in.
I don't have a
I think you should put
Oh.
on Wisconsin baseball. That'd be better.
Oh,
Why would that be better?
They don't have a team.
they don't exist.
Yeah.
All right, can we do the fried chicken thing? Just like
No,
let's put
so
a
you
bow
can
on
make
it.
fun of me for 25 minutes because
No, just a few.
That's what you want to do.
No.
The whole time you've been grinning and laughing because you're like, oh my God, I can't wait
No,
to talk about
no.
fried chicken
So here's-
because
no.
we're going to make fun of Matt for 25
No, so here's what was funny. So you were on his show today.
Yes.
I listened to the whole interview. It was a great
It
interview.
was fun.
Matt, you did a great job on that interview. I
Thank you.
liked it.
Thank
But he brought up the chicken yesterday
He sent
because
me a
he
picture,
he
yeah.
goes, hey, did you listen to the crossover? And you said, no, I missed it. I had
I was
a
in a
meeting.
meeting, yeah.
And he wanted to get to a specific part of the conversation, but then it said Michael just starts making fun of you for one thing. And then you come over to our desk and he makes fun of you for a separate thing. We haven't gotten to the other thing. That's all I wanted.
Does chicken have to be bone in to be fried chicken?
That's the topic. That was what I wanted Michael to opine
Ooh.
about.
Because so
if I
here's-
said I'm
because-
having Raising Cane's,
so
you would
here's
not
the
call
thing.
that fried chicken.
Wait,
No, I
wait,
would
no,
not.
no,
That's
no,
chicken
no, no,
strips.
no.
That's chicken
Wait.
strips.
Thank you.
But here's he's BSing.
What?
He's
What?
BSing you.
What?
He's jumping.
He knows my feelings
No,
on
no,
this.
I know,
Yeah.
but he's not bringing up the specific case because he goes, obviously, if you have small strips, those are tenders.
Or
Okay,
chicken strips, yeah.
I did not do that, right? So he's already jumping in. He's like, oh,
This is a whole
Raising
boneless
Cane's.
thigh.
a whole boneless breast, an entire breast, boneless. He doesn't like white meat. He's not a white
That
meat guy.
sounds
Hand
horrible.
shake
Now I
juice.
have made fried thighs before, and they are very good. The
Yeah,
boneless
yeah,
thighs.
we do it.
That's
We do it
what
on,
I made.
We do
That's-
it on a chicken sandwich.
Would you
usually.
consider that fried chicken, making boneless thighs?
Yes, frying
Okay.
a boneless thigh. I could do that fried
So there you
chicken.
go. He's on my
He's
side.
on your
there.
side. He said
And then
everything is fixed.
a boneless breast is that
I just,
chicken.
think that's gross. It's just so dry. I just can't imagine that being
Well,
good.
I wasn't
You really got to season that thing.
I wasn't really going for like, the breast being incredible as much as I wanted there to be thighs and a breast and like
Mhm. You wanted the 8-piece
drumsticks.
chicken.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
wanted the whole thing. I
Yeah.
wanted to try and emulate my favorite Kentucky Fried Chicken as much as possible.
That's why it was so bad. Now we
That-
know.
That was insulting that you were like, it didn't look good. I'm
Well,
like,
yeah, he
it's
was
not-
roasting
Okay,
you.
hold on.
Or was
Honestly,
he frying
this
you?
does not look. I mean, you wouldn't look at this, and if you were grading it. So when I worked at the pizza place years ago, the
like
owners
Chopped.
would come in
You
and
get
they would
graded
walk
off
in.
of
They would grade our
appearance.
pizzas, right? And they'd have a grading it was 0 through 8.
I don't.
And if you were
agree with
grading
you.
this, it wouldn't. It
I
doesn't.
never saw the photo. Can
Part
I
of
see
it
the
looks
photo?
burned. I'm not gonna. It just doesn't look. No offense. It could be delicious.
Offense taken.
Some of the
It's a little
worst.
dark.
So Harold's chicken, which I think is really good chicken. Speaking of Chicago,
It's a little
yeah,
dark.
is good chicken. It doesn't look pretty. It's not a pretty chicken, but
I'd
I just,
eat it, though.
Crispy.
If
it
you
doesn't look. It looks.
I think it
burned.
looks very
It
crispy.
looks like you had either
Crispy
oil,
burned.
old oil, or you had a too high of a temperature.
why does
it was
that's
three. It was 350.
How many pieces did you have at a time? That's another thing. You can't crowd the pot.
3.
Yeah, you can't. So cook 2 pieces at a time. Don't crowd the.
Take way too
Here's what
long.
happens: you drop the temperature, then you have to fry it for longer. And
Yeah,
it doesn't, and it comes out looking like that.
that's what happened. It was
So
my
don't-
first time. Don't yell at me. It's my first time
Was that-
making it. You
hold
guys are
on, was I
yelling.
yelling
at me.
right there?
constructive criticism?
Was
I
I-
thought.
was I yelling?
No, I thought your voice was level.
I didn't think I was yelling. I was talking to my wife. I was not yelling right there. All I'm saying is I'm trying to give you a tip. I'm giving you a tip.
You give aggressive tips.
Don't crowd.
It's a very aggressive sounding tip.
Do not crowd the pot when you're frying anything.
You're not wrong there.
It's very like you're not yelling,
you know
but
what?
you're definitely not saying it softly into my
But you
ear.
know what? Michael gives good critiques. He probably doesn't even remember this. So the second day that I interned, Matt, back in 2011, we talked to the mayor of Council Bluffs. Who did we have on? Do you remember this? We had
Why did
Keith,
you
We
have
had
the-
Tom Hannafin on a lot.
So we had Keith Mann on the first day, and then
Okay.
I think we had who
Tom
was it?
Hannafin?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so he was answering a question, Matt, and he had a long pause. So then I went in to ask my next question, and he started speaking again. And so when we finished, Michael said, you got to make sure that they are done answering the question before you talk. I've always taken that to heart. He offers good. I was a 20-whatever-year-old little punk.
He listened to my radio show one time. He's like, "This is just your content's fine, but it's just bad." That's what he told me first time. I'll never forget. He goes,
I
"It's just not good."
don't remember that. And if
It's
it
just-
was, it was because of Mike. It
he
wasn't
just-
because of you.
Okay, you remember? He
Who's your
remembered.
co-host?
It was my
Mike.
best friend.
Yeah.
And
Wait, was this in college or high
In
school?
college.
in college? It was my best friend.
What's
So
he
my
up to?
best friend's he's in the military.
And thank you for that, Mike, but you weren't a
Yeah,
very good
thank God he got out of
coach.
broadcasting. Am I right?
And Mike, he was very smart and he knew a lot of what he was talking about. He just wasn't very entertaining, and he never said anything that Michael agreed with.
Oh,
Michael
awesome.
Michael disagreed with basically every single take that
Mike
that
had?
Mike had.
That's funny.
Um,
don't remember that. I just
But
remember
if
not
you
being very
met
good.
if you actually met Mike, you would love Mike. Like
Wow.
he's just one of the best.
I don't
guys.
love a lot of people though, so that's a
I was
bold
gonna
statement.
say, yeah.
That's a
You
bold
would
statement.
You would like, but anyway, Michael was like, "This is just bad." He's like, "You don't have music, you don't have an intro."
Oh, I mean the
don't have-
production
You're
value.
like you don't
Right.
have
It's a college
leads
radio
in,
show.
leads out. He's like, you just ended the show. You were just
What?
like,
What was I trying? I was trying to help. I was trying to help.
and we did
And that was my
add
job.
music. We
Good.
made an intro.
You didn't have music?
I didn't. I just popped on the microphone. It was my first show. I just popped on the microphone and started talking.
This is
Very
when I was
interesting.
doing the peer program, the professionals in residence,
yeah.
and my job I thought was to give constructive criticism and try to
I
help
didn't
out.
want it apparently.
What do you mean? I clearly took it. Look where I'm standing.
You did.
I was just
You're
trying
here.
to help.
You're right next to us.
Michael was the only person that was really effective who did that stuff, and the people who were there, they know who they are. They weren't effective, and they weren't very good.
Were you ripping on teachers?
There's some people who
Let's start
may or may not longer be in this media city, and they
Wow.
weren't very good.
That's why I
at their job.
applied for the job to be. They were transferring over the program to where they were going to kind of do a sports show every night, right?
The nightly. They were
To-
going to
to
do
the
nightly and have
nightly
a
show.
sports segment.
And so they needed an
On what?
instructor.
On what?
On just on Nebraska sports, on national sports,
Yeah.
whatever
No,
you
but
want
like
to
a
do.
TV
University.
show or a radio show?
TV show.
TV show.
TV
Well,
show.
We just got at the time. So Michael came in right before we got the $1 million TV studio.
Right.
So the TV studio was
Ah.
coming in and was being constructed at the
Right.
time.
Yeah.
And so Michael was jockeying himself to
I
be the lead.
I
for
tried
that.
to I applied for that job, but basically a sports director job.
Yeah.
And had a Zoom. That's back when we were Zoom meetings.
Ugh,
And
COVID.
it didn't go
Yeah.
great. Because I was being honest. Listen, I had at that time 18 years in the business, both in TV news and
Yeah.
sports radio, right?
Yeah.
So I was being honest with this is what you need to do. And they were looking for more of an academic. And they hired an academic.
Who'd they hire?
They hired it was a woman. I remember
Okay.
that, but she didn't last very long. She ended up leaving. And then eventually Bill took over kind of.
BD, yeah.
Yeah.
Now that wasn't necessarily the role that
Yes.
you were going for.
Right.
BD kind of Bill Dolman, for those who don't know. Billy D, like he was a teacher, and then he did those like TV classes, and he did basically intro to doing sports TV and being on a desk, and then that
Right.
kind of evolved into other things. Like we did a pregame and postgame show for Husker hockey. We did like a fully produced Husker hockey club like pregame show with like interviews and stuff like
Mhm.
that. And then it's now evolved into like they are doing legitimate sportscast out of the University of Nebraska.
And that's how it's
Have, like,
supposed to be.
yeah,
That's
that's
how
how
it's supposed
every
it
day.
had to. Yeah,
That's
I don't know
awesome.
if it's every day, but like they have a big part of that was Nathan Hawkins. He was a student at the time. He now works in Minnesota for a TV station up there, like
Mhm.
covering like the
Minnesota.
Timberwolves and stuff like
It's a good
that.
market.
But Nate basically as a student like ran nightly in the sports department, and he got all of his lessons from Kevin Suits, who was working at 10
Sure.
11.
10-11, yeah.
And Hawkins and Suits worked together for a year. So basically when Nate was there, they were just running 10-11 out of like they were doing everything they did at 10-11 at the University of Nebraska. Now
That's awesome.
they have all the same systems there that TV station does at that school.
Look at
At least that's how it was when I was there. I don't know how it's evolved. I haven't been there.
You know what
So
the
maybe it's
question
evolved.
they didn't like that I said I answered?
Ooh.
Because I said to them, I said, we don't treat sports differently than news. It's all news.
Yeah.
It's all it is the topic. It's still news. You treat it whether it's breaking, if it's live, you treat it the same way. Because that's the way I feel it. And that's the way I was taught by news directors. Don't consider it to be an offshoot of what the news is. No, it's one part of the news. And they didn't like that.
Why
Yeah.
wouldn't they like that?
I don't know.
I mean,
That's so true.
Michael
They-
was
they
the
joke.
only effective
Is that
person.
pretty
in-
fried chicken?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I
see,
mean,
that's pretty
I want
fried
maybe
chicken.
a little bit darker brown, but yeah,
that's
pretty
pretty
good.
fried chicken. That's Church's fried chicken. That's the way it looks.
Guys, it was my first time.
I'm not again not
My
criticizing you.
first time.
I'm just telling you. That somebody asked in the thing.
YouTube chat?
Yeah, they asked the question: is there pretty fried chicken?
There's,
Yeah.
of course,
Yes, there is
fried
pretty
Oh, that
fried
was fight.
chicken.
Yeah, day fight. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I love fried chicken.
There's definitely pretty
You
fried chicken
like
out there.
fried chicken.
No,
I love fried chicken.
You
You
love fried
chicken.
Yeah,
you
it's my-
said that you're like staring deep into
I
my
do.
soul. right
Michael
now.
knows.
No,
I
I
love-
love
yeah,
fried
yeah,
chicken.
yeah.
I love it.
Is this how you two became?
It's the thing.
great
One of the
friends?
things I miss the most.
I don't know.
during Lent.
Michael, why did you start liking me? Do you like me? I don't even know if Michael likes me.
Well, to be
He didn't ask me to come to the paper, so maybe he hates me.
I one time asked him if we were friends, and he told me very adamantly we were not friends.
Severe?
Oh, to be a
Yeah.
producer?
Yeah.
What ended up happening with that?
Yeah, he didn't ask me. I always wondered.
Why didn't you hire him, Michael?
No, I think it's because he told me one time he wanted me to be on the air, and I wasn't going to get on the air.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it was like
He knew what I wanted.
I needed a producer who was just wanted to produce.
didn't
Yeah,
wanna
that's a great spin zone.
Yeah, it's true though. It's
I didn't want to be a producer.
I always
I was
think-
trying to get out of that job to this as fast
I
as
always
possible.
think about the person's future and what's best for them. That's
Yep.
how I am.
Thank
And
you.
so I thought
He's a
that
great
that would
guy.
be the best for him. So
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
But no, I don't remember.
Oh,
Yeah.
let's talk about your brackets.
Yes, okay.
Why do you love chaos?
Why do I love what?
Why do you love chaos?
I don't think I love chaos. I
You
just
are.
wanted
You are.
so
Betty,
I wanted
you
to
are
have
Betty freaking Crocker.
I wanted to have another bracket this year.
Of course.
And
you
I
do.
couldn't think of something. And I went, you know what's funny? There's so many damn podcasts. Not talking about radio replays, but podcasts.
Yeah.
Let's do a bracket for the podcast.
Yeah,
And
like
originally I was
Formula
gonna do,
Friday.
Originally I was going to do 16 of them.
Take 5.
But there were too many, right? You had more than 16, but so you didn't want to cull. Is that what it was?
So I wanted to do more than 16. I had more than 16. I basically had 26 of them. So I needed like 10 more.
Yeah.
Right. And
And that's when you started expanding and adding in non-football.
that's when I did. I expanded football. And I started going through the on Spotify and looking at the local, how many people are listening. And that's how I found some of the podcasts that I had never heard of.
Wait, what's this? Like a ranking?
Yeah, there was a ranking on there.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
those
it was
existed.
it showed in terms of listeners.
Oh,
Or maybe it's
I
downloads. Maybe
will.
it's
I will
downloads.
speak on behalf of Nate Rohr and Cole Skukenholz, where we were disappointed the Husker Hour was not included on set.
The Husker Hour.
Yeah,
it's a radio show. That doesn't count.
Yeah, radio
It's a-
shows don't count.
but it's a pod.
but
it's a radio
Oh,
show.
okay. Oh,
Yeah, radio shows
Oh.
don't count.
Okay.
That's
That's
why
why
I was,
the middays with Matt isn't eligible. It's a radio.
yeah,
show.
just podcast. That's why I said no radio replays.
The I-80 club.
That's
is it-
not a
that's
radio
a,
show.
That's a podcast.
But it says I-80. Oh, that's not you.
No,
no, that's
it is.
him.
No,
Oh,
what
that
do you
is you.
That's what
mean?
what
Yeah.
it's
What do you mean?
I-80
Of course
Club.
it is.
Yeah.
But
I
you're
have the
just
Saturday
all
morning.
encompassing.
No, I have the Saturday morning one on there. I have their volleyball show on there.
Yeah.
And I have their basketball show on there.
And Schaefer's show.
And Schaefer's show. Yeah.
But I'm addressing the one that
That's
just
Jack
says,
and Josh.
okay.
That's Jack and Josh.
Though I guess Coffee Show is also me and Jack.
That is
Yeah.
true. But it's a separate show, right?
Yeah, they're different shows.
They're different
Yeah.
shows. Yeah.
The I-80
Because there's different the link thing. I was
Yeah, the
going
one
with
that you were talking about is probably our.
I'll
that's
claim-
our
I'll-
private show.
I'll claim I'll be the Anderson Varejao if Saturday morning coffee show.
You filled in many times.
I have.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, like 4 or 5.
Okay.
I'm like a contributor to
Yeah, I've
I-80
listened-
Club. I'm not like on
listen,
the
it's always been
roster.
Jack and Josh when I've listened.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually. Is.
I'm like on the I'm deep on the depth chart of
Yeah.
the I-80.
Well, here's
we
the
did a
thing
lot
is,
of football.
but I
stuff.
did a ton.
After I put it together, I asked people on Twitter, give me some suggestions.
Yep.
After I put it together and posted it, then all
got
these people
really
came
mad.
out of the woodwork and saying, "What about ours? What about ours?"
Where's Formula Friday?
Why do you love chaos?
Where's Formula
you are
Friday?
setting yourself up for
I don't know what Formula Friday is, but
that. No one does.
I do know that there were like that Wired show.
Yeah, from he won the top fan.
Yeah, I remember.
That was the guy who won top fan.
Yeah.
I
I
don't care.
Top
oh,
fan.
I'm sorry. I don't.
So anyway,
I don't care.
and I didn't remember that. You know, I don't.
Did you
listen
put
to
No
everything.
Block No Rock on there?
Yes, of course. They were a
course.
top 4 seed.
I didn't look at it. I just saw that.
They're a
bracket
top 4
existed.
seed.
What was your most like when you did the one of just best media people?
Well, the first meet. This is funny
And that is
because
by
I
the way,
just had a meeting.
So crazy.
I
that
just
you
had a
did that.
meeting with Graham Archer about something else. And he's the guy who ratted me out about the podcast, about that morning I came in with my giant print, radio, TV, online master
That's
60
the one that
14
people got really mad
the
at, right?
60-14
God,
bracket.
That
This thing
was
was
so funny.
huge.
That was so great.
And he went in and told my news director, who was my next door neighbor at the time, went over and told him that Michael had put together this bracket, and all I was trying to do was get attention for our show.
Yeah.
You know, especially social media attention, people retweeting it, talking, attention for the show. That
But
was
there
the
was
idea.
one writer who thought he was way underseeded. It
Yes.
was
Well, they thought that
triggered.
shouldn't have seeded any of the Lincoln Journal Star people.
Yep.
They
Because
believe
that's
I
when you
shouldn't
weren't
have.
under the same umbrella yet.
Right. I was at the Omaha World Herald, but all I did was the top 2 seeds were simple for me. Was the 2 columnists from the state.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Tom Chattel 1. I had Steve Sipple 2.
Yeah, easy.
It pretty simple in my opinion.
I couldn't agree more.
You know,
One guy did not agree.
And there was the anger wasn't about the seating. It was about the fact that I included them at all.
Yeah.
They didn't consider them to be journalists.
Do I know this person?
No. Before
He's out of business.
out of the business. And so But then the thing that really bothered me
Lots of politics on his timeline.
is that they brought me in to do this radio show.
And they told you could do
without any experience they had of doing a radio show.
Yeah.
So I was doing what I knew
So they
to
gave
get
you
attention.
They gave you the full they gave you the runway.
I had
to do whatever
write-
you want.
I had to write an apology letter
For what?
to the sports department.
What?
I
We're
had to
doing
write
what?
an apology letter to the sports
I gotta
department
find this bracket.
because I put in, and remember, when I redid the bracket, I took the print section out,
Yes, I do remember. And that's how I then got on there.
which wasn't hard because the radio personalities, there were a lot of them.
You put Josh in the play-in game in Dayton.
It was like, I think it was me versus Nick Handley. That's who it
Whoa!
was. Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's a real rivalry.
So anyway, I did that, and I got in trouble. So after I did that, people used to make fun of you. You can do another bracket, and so I've been kind of doing it since then.
Wasn't Hanley on at the same time as Josh on? Wow, that is you are Betty Crocker.
That had
you
nothing
are
to do with that.
Yes, it did.
I went
What do you
by
mean?
experience or title. So I had Dirk hired because Dirk was also a columnist.
Sure.
I had Brian Christoph. Now the worst one I had on there, it turns out.
He's in prison now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that guy.
The worst one
that guy. I
had
heard about
Rosenthal.
that guy.
I had him on there, which is not great. But so I went by basically seniority.
Yep, there he is. He was an 8th seed, the guy who's in jail
Didn't
now.
Bigelow make a big run or something like
This
that?
was later. This was way back in 2015.
All right, here. So it's so funny, Michael. I literally just found a tweet from you to me in July of 2019. Hey, Josh, look what I found. The first and last Nebraska media bracket. And so it was Tom Chattel, 1 seed, Steve Sipple, a 2, Dirk, a 3, Lee Barfknecht, a 4, Brian Christopherson, a 5. Let's see. Sam McCune, a 6. That's terrible, Michael.
Whoa, that's
Johnny
that's
Tau,
way
7, and
underseeded.
Mr. Prison Man himself, Brian Rosenthal, 8.
Well, you got to remember. So I went with the columnist first.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to go with a Lincoln Journal Star person instead of just having straight Omaha World Herald. So that's why I put BC ahead of Sam.
Sure.
I
like
remember at
that.
the time,
No, that
Sam
makes sense.
obviously wasn't the sports editor at the time.
then you did it on social media a couple of years ago.
I did more of them. I've done multiple ones. I've done shows. I've done personalities. This is the podcast one. Yeah.
Last year's was fun. I had a good time. Last year's was, I think, the least controversial.
I almost lost one of my
Closest friends
in the business because I'm not quite sure he would call us friends. I don't know.
Okay.
But so Pavelka
Oh, no.
started this campaign against Kugler that got nasty. And of course, Kevin got mad at me because it was my bracket.
Yeah.
And it got ugly. And Kevin still talks to me now, but it was dicey.
So did you listen to Lockdown today? Did you listen to Lockdown
Just
today?
the first 15 minutes.
So did you hear the part where the bracket came up?
Yes. I did.
Okay, because Mitch Sherman, he basically described how media people around here treat it. They either go all in and are like, vote for me, or they just completely ignore it. I am someone who never is like driving people to vote for it.
Right.
But Ken Pavelka did.
Yes, he wanted to win.
Yeah. It was
And
like
he wanted
Kent
to win
and Damon going at it.
badly.
I would say that I would not drive for people. Like, I would not retweet it and be like, vote for me. I swear to God.
Is Matt on it? Is Matt on the?
No,
Oh wait,
I'm
no.
not.
This
I've
is the
never
podcast.
been.
Podcast.
I've
Yeah,
never
my
been.
bad.
I've never.
Podcasts.
My bad.
When he was doing the media personalities, I was a gremlin.
And bots
Oh, sure.
came in that one year and beat, and Sean Callahan has not forgotten this. He was leading going into midnight, and the guy who ended up beating him was a sports guy for Fox who's based out of Davenport. It was the Hispanic dude.
Okay.
And he got all these votes from like this West Coast bot. I don't
Yeah.
know. It came in overnight, and he
That's
ended up
so
losing.
funny.
They were trying
Yeah.
to give people a fun night out.
Yeah, it was a
Those
fun
types
night.
of
Dave
around.
Fight says Michael's brackets are great for finding out who has an ego and who does not.
I would say I would swear to you, I would not campaign for people to vote for me. And if I lost, I'd be like, okay, whatever. If I won, I'd be like, all right, that's kind of cool.
Or, I mean,
I left myself off that. I'm not on there. I'm not. I left
you're on the
myself-
new one though.
On the new one, yes, the show is, but the individual one,
Yeah.
We're all playing for
Yeah.
second place.
And I
Everybody
originally
knows Chick
had-
and Nick is going to run away with
I
this.
originally had Let It Fly on
Nah.
there just so I could fill out because I didn't have enough.
Oh, really?
But then I started looking at other ones. I was like, oh, there's plenty.
Mm.
I could have taken it off because I ended up finding.
If you have more, you could take off just the I-80 Club because that is like all encompassing and put
That's
something
what
else
I was
in there.
saying. The
Yeah.
I-80 Club isn't like a pod as much as it just.
It's not a radio show.
No, but it's not. But that
But-
encompasses everything.
That's
So if you
everything, okay.
remove that, then you could.
So take out I-80 Club, which I have as a 2 seed.
yeah.
Yeah.
and just leave the individual shows.
Yes, that's what I would do.
Okay.
Because like
Well, so
that's
who do
why
I put in that 2 seed?
I don't know
change
who,
stuff.
who do you have on the? Oh, I guess you'd have to reseed
That's
everything.
that's
to
what I
reseed
said about.
everything,
That's
yeah.
what I was saying. The I-80 Club being on there is
Yeah.
a little weird.
Yeah, they have the
because
one
it's not-
show where they call themselves
Yeah.
just I-80 Club.
Do they?
I-80
Do you?
live. We call it I-80
I-80
live.
Live. And that
Yeah.
that's what that was supposed to be.
You should
I-80
put
Live.
in Jack's mix a lot where he just mixes. He just
His
does
DJ
his
sessions?
DJ sessions.
Those are only behind the paywall.
God, I love them.
Got to be behind the paywall for that one. Who else? So which ones were left on the cutting room floor? Who are like the first 4 out?
So there's that Wired one.
Yep.
Take five.
Take 5. What is Take
That
5?
show is long gone.
Okay.
Long gone, as in a month and a half ago.
That's the other thing I had to do. I had to go through and make sure everybody was active. I had a show on there that Anna Bellingham was doing. Housing. Thank you. Sorry, Anna. I apologize.
She's not listening.
She's just Anna Media to me. She's probably not. Anyway, so I somebody might tell her though, and I did apologize when you tell her.
Good job. This is a great apology.
Yeah. So go back.
And tell him that I.
Ooh, Kyle says groin kick chronicles. You can put the chronicles.
She does
Not active enough.
Yes, that's just it. She does this one for UNO, but
yes,
it's only like one every 6 months. So that's why I didn't leave
And
it on
even the
there.
Bruins.
And even the Bruins.
Even the Bruins.
So I took that one off of there.
Yeah.
There was another one.
I don't listen to. Did you put the?
I put a lot that I listen.
Did you put the Husker Online headlines?
Yeah. Well, no, I didn't separate them. I just did Husker Online show.
Oh. Well, you could separate them. They're two different shows.
I did.
One of them has Wash It,
and one doesn't. Yeah.
One doesn't.
I went through mine first, and I
I'm
put
just
everything I had in mine first.
I don't really listen to Nebraska podcast. Is that a bad?
No, it's fine. I mean,
I just use it as prep.
Yeah.
That's what I listen.
So
to.
I listen. I enjoy. So I like Payne a little bit, right? So I do listen to the Blue Jays at the B.
Oh, okay.
You say I like Payne?
Yeah, and they're in Payne all the
You
time.
don't listen to Blue Jay Overtime?
That's not a podcast. That's a radio show.
Yeah. What are you doing? Stop with that.
No, but
only
you can,
podcast.
But you can listen to Blue Jay Overtime anytime. I'm just asking you personally.
I
have you
listen
listened
to the
it?
Blue Jays at the B because they're so sad.
We should get Blue Jay Overtime on the YouTube channel.
You
I
need
have to
true
find a
fans.
sub.
You need true fans for true agony. And they have, so they do at the beginning, right? They spell it, they go B-L-U. And they've gotten to the point now where it's like B-L-U.
Wow.
They're just, and they had a great rant about when they went to Xavier about how Creighton fans aren't mean enough like the Xavier fans are. And we'll never have a true Big East environment until they start acting like the Xavier. It was a great rant.
Do you have the Jays?
Because they're so mean, giving out ashes before tomorrow's Marquette St. John's.
You got to do that. It's necessary.
Do you have that Jays Classic? I know people like the
I put
Jays.
that on there.
Is that on there?
It's on
Okay.
there. Jays Classic's on there.
Mm.
I wanted to try it. Once I started going away from just football, I wanted to have at least one Mavs. I need a hockey thing. I put the wrestling on there. And I put the Blue Jays ones on there. I think I have four Blue Jays podcasts.
Okay.
Maybe 5.
Is Ben Audie still doing his coach's show?
I don't.
I'd never
His
heard
house
of that.
burned down.
What?
You didn't see that?
No.
Yeah, burned down about a month ago.
I got to text him.
I did not know. So I did not
didn't
know
see
that
that. I
show,
like Ben.
but he did send me a suggestion with that show's name on it. But I already finished. So like
Being a coach's show, Ben Audie's great. Ben's really
No, I don't have that one. Oh yeah, I follow him on Twitter.
Yeah, be a coach's show.
Sorry, I didn't know.
Did you?
I know his actual show.
Can you put the podcast that multiple people have been telling you to vote for in their DMs?
No, not putting that one. Not
Which
putting
is
that one at
really
all.
funny though, by the way, when you're like, "Hey guys, here's a bunch of podcasts that you can vote on," and everyone's like, "No, don't do it. It's a trap." Michael, they got to Michael.
What if you put the Doc Talk pod?
I
on
have
there?
Doc Talk.
Oh,
on
I
there.
thought you said. I was confused.
Can you imagine?
I was confused by his text, his tweet as well.
Okay, that makes it even more.
Can you imagine if we found out that Michael was actually the mastermind behind hacking accounts?
I got hacked too, though.
And this is
too.
his big ploy. This is this nice little innocent local, vote on podcast thing that all of a sudden everybody in Nebraska media is getting crypto cars and great houses.
That would be real.
No, I got hacked as well.
It was me, Michael.
It was me.
It was me all along.
That's one of my favorite movies, Unbreakable.
I was quoting, "It's me, Austin."
Oh, okay. That's
It's
good.
me, Austin.
It's me, Austin.
See, now you sound like him, but you sounded more like from Unbreakable, Mr. Glass.
Like Platcat says, we are sad. It was Providence. Talking about what they were really sad about.
They were incredibly sad. Yeah. But you know what? He's my neighbor, so that's fine.
Okay.
What's the line? I added that one last.
What's the line?
It's the one gambling podcast.
What's that?
Local. It's a local gambling podcast these
Never
guys
heard
do.
of it.
And they've been doing it for a while.
Oh, good for them.
Like 3 or 4 years. So I added that one on there as well.
Okay.
Somebody told me that Locked On Nebraska didn't deserve a 1 seed. Is that true?
Dude, people hate that show.
They do?
Oh yeah, because they say because you don't listen to podcasts. They say that Connor is a Blue Jay boy and that Mitch is a hater. But then also some people say Mitch is a homer. So I don't know.
That's the best thing to be.
Yeah.
When they can't decide what you are.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
I don't know.
I listen to Locked On almost every day.
I do too. I listen to Locked On every day.
For me, it's just like there's a mixture of like I don't want those things when we're talking about the same topics. I don't want other people's opinions.
No, I completely
influence me.
I understand. I don't read the Sunday. I used to not read the Sunday paper.
I remember you telling me
before Mondays because I didn't want to have anybody.
And the information that they would have about those, that's their information, right? And so it's just
not
like
really. It's not like they're reporting.
But if they're finding stats and they're digging on it, like those are things that I can do. Like I could.
So, but what's the difference between that and reading an article? Oh, so do you not read articles then?
No, I read articles. I for sure read articles and stuff like that. But I mean, it's just the same forum, right? It's the same forum of like this person speak. I just don't want to. It's more so to do with I don't want to steal their takes or have their takes influence my.
Kyle wants me to put Bussin' with the Boys on, and that's not a local podcast.
Yeah. Brandon says, "Where have I been? I learned something new from you today. Didn't know Brian Rosenthal was in prison. Yikes! Happy New Year to me."
And it's the
bad. Worst crime. It is the worst crime
because it's the one that gets you killed in prison.
In prison, yeah. The bad people are like, this guy sucks.
That's a great point.
Yeah, and now everybody knows what he did.
So we move I-80 Club out, who's a 2 seed. Who deserves to be a 2 seed out of the 3 seeds?
Also, too, I get mad when I listen to some podcast and they have a better opinion than I do. I
give them props.
I get mad. I'm like, why didn't I think of that?
Okay.
Like, why didn't I think of that? Like, why didn't I take that slant? And there's some people I'm like, well,
I'm happy for people when they do good stuff.
Well, but there are some people where I'm like, okay, they're a former player. Like they're only going to get that opinion from like their experiences. But then there are people who there's nothing in terms of experience that separates us.
I don't know who out of the 3 seed need to move.
You can move Doc Talk up. I think people love that show.
You think Doc Talk?
Yeah, I think people like that show.
I don't know.
He has that. He has No Block, No Rock. He has Average Joe's, and he has the Go Big Red Cast. I think Doc Talk is pretty well known in there.
That is true. Maybe
Average Joe's, I think, could be a 2 seed. They've gained a lot of popularity. Average Joe Sports Show.
They're 3 right now.
I put them at a 2.
Well, we only can put one at a 2 because we're moving. If we move I-80 out, we're only leaving one spot.
I would put Average Joe Sports Show.
Wow, look at you.
Okay, all right.
Because I think that YouTube that pod they do on YouTube on Saturdays, that gets a ton of views.
It does.
And it's like the amount of activity that they get in with their YouTube chat is like radio show adjacent in terms of, and like there are guys who listen to her, like Headley's in there and Chance's in there and like Captain's in there. Like it's
Captain.
Any place the captain goes, I don't want to be.
Cool. So you go more. That's not my kind of pod.
So I got to move because I have too many from the I-80 Club on the one side. The guy from Arizona told me that, and he's right because unemployed is on this left side.
You're trying to take us all out.
And I was not. I was just trying to put together.
I think unemployed
Saturday morning coffee show. Nebrasketball hour.
It's like 6 weeks old and it's already in the bracket. Shout out Mike Schaefer.
I made him a 4 seed and I was thinking that's a little too low.
Yeah. He had a great show with Kevin Suits today.
He always has a great show.
We got Kevin.
His Thursday show is one of the best shows that we have.
You love the Thursday show.
Yeah, it's a great show.
Tim Verghese.
It's a good show.
Yeah.
Matt,
there's also a great show going on.
I do want to take Tim to lunch.
I listen to that show too.
Got to work with Tim a little bit.
One more.
You do? You have to.
I think we work with him a little bit.
Said the S word on our show today.
Awesome.
Yeah, I need to work with him. He's just in a hurry. He's in such a hurry.
I
get it.
I finally sat down and hung out with Tim for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
And it took us months to like get it done.
Yeah, he's too busy.
Well, no, because he is.
I had him on Let It Fly, and we ate over at Let It Fly because he was on the show.
Shout out.
You want to come on Wednesday? So anyway, this Wednesday, because we're done at 5:30, right? And we'll take the podcast after that.
For my invite, Blue Jay overtime host. I can talk about the Jays every day.
All right, we got to go, Matt. Great talking to you.
Crazy.
Good luck with your fried chicken. This was a fun crossover.
How much? By the way, was that all for you?
Happy New Year?
I don't know if it was Happy New Year.
Okay, that's a lot of fried chicken.
Good.
I'll tell you this. I ate for lunch. I ate for dinner.
Yeah.
I had a little for breakfast. I ate some for dinner again last
night. Okay, that's a lot of chicken.
I mean, it's just, but like yesterday for dinner, I scraped off the fried. Like I just peeled it.
Yeah.
I was just like, I've just had
he
breading.
eats, that's Josh, eats the breading off first and then eats the chicken, which I've only seen black people do. It's the only time I ever say he's from North Omaha. He's an Omaha North kid. But I saw him do it and I was like, oh my God.
You're a Viking?
Yeah.
Be up.
Wow.
Went to high school with Niles Paul, Philip Bates.
Yep.
That's Breck.
Didn't Nas Paul just get inducted into?
He did.
Omaha Sports Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
He did.
congratulations to him.
Yep.
And Bud Crawford's going to be in there too.
I hope John gets nominated so I can go
I,
have for free dinner again.
I might be throwing darts with some people related to Mr. Crawford.
All right, we got to go.
Okay, tell him to call me.
We'll do.
Bye, Matt.
All right, bye.
Good to see you.
Always good to see you.
That was a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Michael Severe's in the building. We'll preview the show next on 1620 The Zone.
Weather from KETV Newswatch 7 is brought to you on 1620 The Zone by Certified Transmission.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is your home for the big game. It's peak basketball season with meaningful games every night. There are 40 TVs and massive dual projectors, so the games have never looked better. Pair that with their award-winning char-buffed wings and $7.99 Monday through Friday lunch specials. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill has everything you need. 173rd and West Center Road, and for takeout at 162nd and Maple.
Westwood One Sports presents this special update on the 2026 Winter Games. In freestyle skiing, American Mac Forehand takes the silver in the men's big air, which just finished. Tormod Frosted of Norway just beat him out for the gold on his final of the three jumps. Americans Troy Podmilsack and Connor Ralph finishing 4th and 5th, respectively. They're halfway through the women's short program in figure skating, yet to skate the American Blade Angels. Alyssa Liu, Amber Glenn, and Isabeau Levito. Glenn and Liu helped the U.S. win gold in the team event last week. The knockout round in men's hockey, Czechia held off Denmark 3-2. They'll face top seed Canada in the quarterfinals tomorrow. The U.S. will take on the winner of Sweden and Latvia. That one coming up in about 10 minutes. And Team USA taking silver in the men's team pursuit in speed skating. With this Winter Games update, Brad Heller, Westwood One Sports.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Michael Severe is here, and it is 1,000 degrees in the studio today. Are you hot?
No, I'm never like that.
Man,
It's actually really chilly in my office, so this feels nice.
My body regulates temperature very well.
Wow.
And so you'll never really ever hear me say.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Say what?
Say that I'm hot.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah. You're
really,
probably
really.
pumped for the forecast for the next week when it's
I
going to get
saw
cold
that.
again.
Yeah. Snow on Thursday.
Yeah, I bet you're like,
I'm
thank
like,
God.
yes,
Get out of here,
baby.
70 degrees.
Yeah. I got 3 questions
All right.
that I've had for a long time,
Awesome.
and I'm finally going to ask them.
Okay.
Let's do it.
One, did you guys have to recut that whole thing when it went from being the Stibbs thing to
No,
Nick?
they just recut the.
It sounds the
with
same
John.
voice and everything.
It's,
Yeah,
Stibbs.
it's Stibbs.
It is
Yeah.
Stibbs.
Yeah.
Perfect. It's really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
What happens to Big Red Overreaction now that Keg is gone?
We are wondering the same question. I don't know.
That TBD.
Can we put us on Sweet 98? That's a great signal.
That is a really good signal.
That's an awesome
That's
signal.
a good signal.
Yeah.
And then the third thing is,
Okay.
who came up with the idea of that weird song for when you have the 5 o'clock hour thing?
The blow through?
The blow through, which I
That's-
didn't know it was blow for a long time.
That's Stibbs. That was also Stibbs.
okay.
Yeah.
That they go. It's too many. It's too manys.
Too many's?
Too many
So
blows.
the song is originally, it would be nice to have a from your mom, and that's from Blink 182. So they are the original.
guys with the tube socks.
Yes.
Yes.
No,
No, that's Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah,
no,
that's
they
Red Hot
did. So did
Chili.
Blink 182. They did it on MTV Cribs, MTV Club, MTV something.
MTV
They
something.
copied it. They put the
Oh.
tube socks over it. Yeah.
Oh, Stibbs is hanging out in the chat today. I love interrupting Michael at the post. You guys have a rivalry. You and Michael versus Stibbs is a rivalry for all rivalries.
It's not a rival. I just never liked him.
Oh, nice. Prison Matt says Michael is right. Too many blow-throughs.
It's too many blow throughs.
We've talked about getting rid of it.
yeah.
There are some parents who are critical of it. They
I'm
say,
not a huge fan of it.
I listen in the car with my kids, and it's
Yeah.
inappropriate.
I mean,
Yeah.
at this point, it's more of a ritual at this point, but it's not really.
It doesn't really explain.
It's a bygone era,
Yeah.
you know, because there only used to be 1
It
hour.
used to be. I explained this to
Yeah.
McMaster. Him and I had beers a couple weeks ago, and he was like, "So what are you talking about?" He's like, "What is a clock?" I was explaining to him a radio clock.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
a question.
That's bull. I sent him
Yeah.
when he was in my class.
Yeah.
I sent him the radio clock.
Okay, well,
That's
Matt,
not
I didn't
true.
mean to throw you under the bus.
Yeah, I tried to help him with that.
Well, and I won't throw anybody
Yeah,
else
so no
under
more.
the bus
The
either.
blow through might go away. A new song?
I just think we
Or
would
is that the
play
one
it.
you can't
We would
play?
just say the happy hour is on
yeah,
the
then we'll
air.
just do that.
So you can't. The blow through is one you can't play, right?
I can't play it over the stream.
Right over the stream. Yeah.
Yeah, I've
So-
stopped doing
because
that.
it's the Blink 182 song.
Yes, because then we don't make money off of YouTube.
Yeah.
You know who also big fans of Rome was Blink 182, and he had them on his show.
Jim Rome.
Yes, they're
Wow.
a big fan. Are they both from Santa Barbara? Maybe.
Blink 182 is from California.
So maybe that's why, because he's big fans of those. He talk about them all the time.
Let's see. Blink 182 from Poway, California. What is Poway?
I don't know Poway.
It's a city in San Diego
Oh,
County.
okay.
There you go. And wasn't he a
He's
San Diego radio
guy.
guy?
Yep,
Okay.
yep. And he
All
went
right,
to
there
school
you
at
go.
Santa Barbara. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
we're
well, that makes sense.
we're
Now
learning
it
a
makes
lot
all
of stuff.
sense, yeah.
Let's get to the Grum Down
Yay,
for
Grum
today's
Down!
show. Michael Severe is back,
Grum
folks. And I asked the question everybody else was wondering, can we bring Kevin to? Will
Kevin's not
Unsportsmanlike conduct with Kevin and Michael ever return?
No.
Oh,
So Michael, or Kevin right now he does the NFL on Fox, and wouldn't he rather just do radio with his friend again?
No, he
You
would
don't think
not.
so interesting.
No, I
then-
think he likes the insurance that he has and all that stuff too.
We have insurance. Well, actually, we don't right now. We will have insurance.
maybe I can take the day off. You can come back here and produce, and then
Whoa.
produce the Kevin and Michael show.
Whoa! Or we could ask Stacy if she'll produce it with Kevin and Michael.
Bring Shane back.
We could just get Bob Bruce in here. Too.
Yeah,
Let's just
right.
bring the whole band
Just
back
reverse
together.
it. Yes. What year is this again?
Wow.
Oh, the chair might be up too high for him now.
That
For
would
Shane?
be,
Yeah.
that would
He liked to have the chair very high.
that would be
like to
incredible.
Kick his feet.
He used the counter to move around. He didn't use his feet.
He did. You're right.
Yeah,
He did. He pulled himself.
And he'd be
around.
flying around. Listen, we can make fun of Shane because of whatever you want to. Nobody has ever been as diverse as a producer as him.
Nah, you always say that he's the best producer. And
He was
I
so
always disagree
good
with you wholeheartedly.
He could play drops. He could be handling the phone when there was a lot of phone calls. Now there's a couple more things you guys do now
that he just does not have time.
He didn't have to do, but he does a ton over there now. At the same time,
Yeah.
he's running the show. He's running the cameras. He's doing a lot of stuff over there. So he has stuff added, but he was very good. Yes, Shane was very good. Best producer we ever had was Lacey, though.
Yeah.
No offense.
No, she was awesome. I miss Lacey.
And she did voices.
Hope she's doing well. I see her on Instagram from time to time.
Oh, she's great.
I can't believe how old her kids are.
I know.
It's just nuts.
I can't
remember
remember how old she is.
when I started.
I met her when she moved here from California. She was like
Yeah.
22.
Yep. Now she's not 22
No,
anymore.
she's not.
None of us are. Let's see. Do we know the ending to the Nebraska football book? You said something on the show yesterday that gave me an idea for a topic.
Okay,
so
sweet.
We'll tackle that in our next segment. Michael Bruntz is going to join us. Is he ready for spring football? Are any of us ready for spring
Why would he
football?
talk about football when Nebraska baseball's happening?
Well, they got their asses beat yesterday. Do we really want to talk about the bad baseball team?
3-1 start's not bad.
If you correlate yesterday with the whole rest of the season, they'll never win again.
Also, they didn't really get their asses kicked that bad yesterday. They came back.
Yeah, when the other team didn't really care.
That was a badly.
What triggers Michael today besides the government? Whatever Michael fills in with me, he always has a list of things that annoy him. He usually sticks to sports or sports adjacent topics.
My irrational. Do I have any government stuff on there?
I mean, you got it's
Local.
it's that thing. It's rational.
Maybe local.
We'll talk about
I have a government-based one for the other thing you're doing.
Okay, what other thing?
Hot
take market.
Hot take market. Yeah.
Man, it's so funny. Every time I read a thread on the scrolls about any sort of media, some people are like, I love Michael. And then some others are like, yeah, me too, except when he talks politics. You really get people's dander up with your
It's
opinions.
funny because people always would say that they never knew, because I did Kaleidoscope, I did a lot of political things, and I hosted a dozen different debates over the years, how balanced I was. And I think on normal times, I am right down the middle. But the middle has moved, people.
it's not
I'm
normal.
sorry. It's moved. It's not in the same place it used to be.
John says, wow, Josh hates Shane. Move on from that. I don't even have a response to it. Let's see. Getting ready for Nebraska, Iowa.
Go Hawks.
Huge game tonight. Nice thumbnail, Nick.
Thank you.
For the game today. Speaking of Nick, a slice of college baseball. Now, you're low energy, Nick, today. Are you going to be able to bring the juice for your slice?
I think I got some in the reserves.
Okay. All right. We'll find out.
I can say bad stuff about Stibbs because we have been friendly in DMs, so he knows that I am messing with. Like same thing with Jack.
Nice.
But I can.
I don't know if Jack knows. I always try to tell him.
I DM with Jack all the time.
Michael likes you, and he says, I don't think he does. I say he likes you.
Every time he's got something going on, I D him.
Because you're a good friend. I always tell it to people. Michael's a great friend. Steve Sipple will join us. Is there apathy? I mean, we know the answer to that question.
I think so.
Also, yesterday was President's Day.
Oh, I know this fact.
I bet you do.
I love this fact.
It's insane.
It's
I saw this
insane.
last night when I was killing time and scrolling on my phone. I cannot wait for Nick to give it to us.
I don't know this fact.
No, you
Great
do
fact.
because you write content.
I do know this fact.
Yes.
I just can't remember it.
So
right
we'll
now.
get into that a little bit later on in the
Yep.
show. Oh, didn't mean to do that, Nick. My bad.
Bye.
Why'd you kill Nick?
No, I did. I clicked the wrong thing.
It's okay. I made a
killed
2-box.
Kitty.
I got a 2-box for both of you
Yep,
if you don't
there
want
you
me
go.
in
All
there.
right. See you later.
Oh, he killed Nick.
Just kidding. Nick
I'm
is
back. Hello.
402-951-1620. That is the phone number. Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You can call. You can text us there. Alex and Lincoln, text in. Let's discuss Severe's bracket seating. I mean, we kind of did. We were trying to figure out what to do now that the I-80 Club is out. Who's going to go to
Formula
the 2
Friday
seed?
could be in there.
Formula
And I want to move some of yours.
around.
Over, so they're not all on the same
And when's
side.
this debuting? When's this
Thursday.
Thursday.
Thursday is when I'll put the first votes out on Twitter.
All right. So we'll have that coming up.
Yeah, we'll
to
do
vote
one
for.
side of one region of the bracket.
Okay, perfect. So there you go. We already talked about it a little bit, Alex, if you want to go check it out. It was in our crossover today. Also, you can find us on the Twitter feed at USC1620, at Josh Tweederson, at Michael Severe, at Griminim.
Yes.
Joe in Vegas finds us on the Twitter feed. This is going to be a great show today. Michael brings an intelligence to the show that sometimes the show lacks when it drifts off to talk about sports like F1 and college baseball.
That has nothing to do with intelligence.
Oh, what does that have to do with?
Taste.
Oh, yeah. Bad taste, some would say.
Taste. That'd be unique taste.
Unique.
Everybody
Yes.
has different taste buds, and some of our palates are a little more refined. That's all.
Interesting.
I have this for you. So you asked me.
Me or Nick did?
Nick, this is for Nick.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Nick, this is part of one of my takes for later in the show.
Okay.
In case you're wondering, yeah, it didn't make the list. So in terms of favorite sports in America, no car racing.
Yeah,
What?
no, that
The
I mean that makes
lowest you
sense.
can get now is golf, which gets a 2.
A 2 what? 2% is
So
of
it is
America?
it's a share of fans.
Okay.
So 2% share of fans. Like for example, American football gets 36%.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love football.
Yeah.
It's such a great sport.
Yep. So so no, I thought it was on there, but it's not on this. Forever, our folks over there on just in Council Bluffs, well, maybe it's on this side of the river. Google,
Amazon.
No, the company that does
Yahoo.
the surveys.
Oh, Gallup.
And Gallup, they just
Yeah.
stopped doing them.
Yeah,
But forever,
interesting.
they did, going all the way back to the 60s, I believe.
Favorite sports?
Gallup did it's not even favorite, it's the sport you want to watch the most.
Oh.
And they did that for years. And there's this great bracket you can find, or I guess it's a curve.
Bracket.
And it shows basically the apex of baseball, the drop off of baseball, how football started to go, how NBA had a little run,
Michael
especially
Jordan.
before that with
Oh,
Magic
Larry
and Bird.
yeah.
And then you see how baseball dropped off even more and football just exploded.
Sorry, Nick.
Yeah.
We do love football.
Can't win them all.
You can also email us, Equitable Bank inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com or Nick at 1620thezone.com. And of course, the YouTube comment section, which is popping today. We would also appreciate a like and a subscribe. Smash that subscribe button so then you don't miss any episodes. Stibbs
bell.
writes, I have no ill will towards Michael. I explained last time I was in, I feel like he was molded in a lab to be the antithesis of me or my opinions. And yeah, Jack is too sensitive.
I was cheering for the Broncos.
Oh, interesting. Not antithesis of Stibbs
And
that day, was it?
Because of, Sean. I want to see Sean do well. And so I'm cheering for the Broncos.
First name basis.
Yeah, we're tight. And so, yeah, that's not something that we're opposite on.
Paymon says we should start playing the stick to sports drop when Nick gets into F1 talk.
F1 is a sport, though. It is actually that is factually a sport.
Yeah, I'm with Michael on this one.
What makes you think that it's not?
I mean, they're just driving a car.
They're not just driving a car.
I mean, they're
dummy.
Steering the car. What do you mean?
You know how many G-forces that they have to sustain?
I didn't, but that's not.
You know how much workout they have to do? You know what kind of strain that puts on your body? If that's not a sport, what's a sport?
But in the end, all they're
What's a
doing
sport?
is driving.
Football.
Yeah, football.
You're asking for a sport. I give you football.
So a sport where people can only get long-term brain injury in the future is the only thing that's a sport.
I'll go with basketball.
Basketball.
I'll go with baseball. I'll go with golf. I'll
How
go with
is
tennis.
baseball more of a sport than Formula One?
Because they're moving around.
Because one, the thing is doing everything for you. You're doing everything in baseball. You have to swing the bat. You have to throw the ball. You have to
Catch
run.
the ball.
You have to jump. Athletic things.
They're driving that car is an athletic thing.
We all drive.
You're not just sitting in a car, you dumbass.
We all drive. We all drive. And
Michael,
they drive
if you
too.
tried to drive a Formula One car, you would crash and hit the wall.
Because I never did one before.
If I tried
But
to play
I'm
football
sure,
in the NFL,
I'm
I'd also
sure
get
if I
murdered.
started when I was 14 years old doing it, I'd be good at it. I wouldn't consider myself an athlete. Kid. Okay?
You're dumb.
You can call me dumb all you want. You're the idiot sitting over there.
You're the idiot
You're
who
the
thinks
moron.
it's not a sport.
It's not a sport.
It is.
It's not a sport.
Yes, it is.
It's not athletic. It's not a sport.
Wow. I thought that we were just having
You saying Formula One isn't athletic speaks
I'm
to how
saying
ignorant
racing.
you are.
I'm saying racing's not a sport.
Yes, it
not
is.
just one. All of it. It's not a sport.
Wow. I thought we were like having a fun time, and then this went.
I was trying to. Then Michael keeps trying to
Well, no, he
stonewall
started
instead of
calling
trying to
people
open his
names like
mind.
a little child.
I thought we were
He
having
starts calling
fun.
me names like a little
Man,
kid.
now I got to be in the room with you two guys for 3 hours and 12 minutes, like back when you were in the room with the other people. Uh-oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wrong thing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I mean, you're still in the room, though, Nick. You're not disappearing from the room. Charles writes, I love this. Sky writes, this rules. J-Man writes, triggered. Wow, everybody's having a good time. Everybody's not in the room with me right now. All right, when we return, we will talk some football. Michael Severe, yesterday, when he wasn't pissing off Nick Grimm, said something about...
And I don't know what this is.
I don't know what happened. I thought we were all joking.
I don't know what the thing is you're talking about.
Okay. I'll explain it to you when we return. We'll talk about that. We have Michael Bruntz coming up at the bottom of the hour. Also, the next segment after our upcoming segment is things that Michael is irrationally angry about, which is funny. That's funny. That's funny to me.
Yes.
All right. All of those things and more. We would love to hear from you on the show today. Hit us up. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Look at that. We're all back together.
Hello.
Nothing has happened.
Together.
No one has gotten anything thrown at them.
No one's thrown. You know what's great? We don't have phone books anymore.
Don't have phone books.
Can't throw that anymore.
Yeah, because Schaefer wants us to clean off the shelf over there. The guy's been working at the Zone full time for like a month, and he's already making demands. Yeah, can we clean this up? You clean it up, bro.
Yeah, why doesn't he clean it up?
Yeah, because he was always like, "There's so many headphones over there." Schaefer, you're the only one who would fill in and not bring in your own headphones. Maybe they're all over there for you. Have you thought of that?
Look at this.
I mean, they all are
Look
really
at that.
crappy. Why do we have them?
Yeah,
I
all
have
of those
no
headphones
idea.
suck. I brought in new ones today. We have good headphones.
All right,
now.
we're about to toss those.
Yeah,
we're about to toss those. Welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike
Poor
Conduct on
Shafe.
1620 The Zone. Do we read any of these comments? People were asking me. They were texting. What's the commercial break like? Honestly, Michael and I just ended up talking about a bunch of random crap.
Yeah,
Talked about food.
Talked about a lot about food.
Food.
Talked a lot about
Food.
Everything's fine.
Food.
I had a crash out. I'm not in a good mood
Food.
today, and I'm sorry. I apologize off the air.
I have and this is not calling you a child again. I'm not, but I do have 2 boys, and you have to sometimes you can tell when they're off, and obviously you could
I could tell right away. Yeah,
Dude, I had that happen this morning with my youngest, and it was because he had a chemistry test today, and he didn't tell us about it, and he was worried about it, and that's why he was acting the way he was, and I had to get him to admit it, and so
Dude,
yeah, sometimes you just gotta
I don't miss tests.
That's why I would never go back to school.
Yeah, it sounds terrible.
I thought about going to get my master's. I did for a while when I was out of work for that however many months I was out of work. And I thought about going back to get my master's. And I thought about it. I was like, no.
Meanwhile, like now, like the big important events are like, a post-game show after a loss that everyone's going to listen to. And I get excited not for the loss, for the show and everybody tuning in. I like those kinds of shows.
Right.
I get ready to go.
I know.
Yeah. But meanwhile, if I have to go take a math test today, I would cry.
My favorite
Sounds
shows
awful.
by far are breaking news. I love
it's
breaking
so
news.
fun.
I love doing any breaking news. When a coach gets hired, gets fired, those are the most fun shows.
They are really good.
By far.
They're really good. Maybe we'll have another one again in a couple years.
Stop it.
Did you guys ever feel like you had to study for tests, or did you just go in and do it?
I tried to.
Depends. What kind of test?
Wasn't very-
Scantron?
Oh,
Ugh.
I never studied for a Scantron test.
No,
I wasn't very good at
even
studying.
I'm
tests.
good at those. Yeah.
Basically, every test at school, as long as I took notes and wrote down my notes, I could just retain it.
Yeah. So I'm the person, I have an auditory learner. So if I go and I listen, I go to class, I usually can do pretty well. My problems were when they just said assigned reading, go read this. And I'm like,
I hated those.
I'm not that kind of learner. I'm not that kind of learner.
Sky writes, typical media hates all my teams. You know what? This is a great entry point into the topic for this segment. By the way, Michael Bruntz is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. What's wrong?
He said, Matt said, maybe Dannon will throw Michael a bone and fire Rhule. No, that's not what I'm asking for.
Is that what you want? Does
no,
Michael Severe
I
want?
do like breaking news shows. I'm not asking for anybody to be fired.
Podcast title, Nick, does Michael want Rhule fired?
Don't do that.
Question mark. So yesterday, and you don't know what I'm referencing. But
I don't.
So you were on with us. You were on with John and myself in the happy hour, and you said that for a lot of people, it feels like this is a book that we know the ending to,
right?
With Matt Rhule. And so I would be lying, first of all, if I didn't say I agree with that opinion. I think I know where this situation is going. Do you feel that way though? Because I haven't been able to gather exactly your viewpoint on the direction of things. To go back to what you said in our first segment about balance, how oh wow, you used to be balanced. What happened to the old Michael?
I told you a long time ago, I think, that I want him to work out because he is good with the media. Except for some people, he's good with the media. He's a good talker. He makes himself available. He's very affable. All of the reasons why you'd like a coach, right? Do I think it's going to work? Based off of what I know so far, I have major doubts.
Yeah.
When you fail in your hirings, when you fail in your rehirings, when you fail in developing the players that we expected him to develop like he did at Baylor and Temple, when you make mistakes, and this has always been a criticism of him that I have, when you make in-game coaching mistakes or decisions based off of timeouts or going forward or what you're going to do in the red zone, that's concerning because it normally doesn't get better, right? So I want it to work. Unlike other coaches that have been here before, There was a certain coach that coached the basketball program. I did not want it to work.
You hated that guy.
I hated
what
that
did
guy.
You get? You had stomach sickness every
I
day?
couldn't sleep. He
Your sleep score was terrible.
My sleep score was horrible when he was the coach, especially when they won. I just wanted him gone. But I want Matt Rhule to work out. You know, I want him to work out. I know a lot of the players on the team. I want them to be successful. I want the fans to be able to have some happiness.
That would be nice.
But everything in my soul tells me that this is not going the right direction. And the line I'm saying basically is, yes, you know the end of the story. You just haven't finished reading it yet, which always sucks. How many times you've been watching a movie, and if you're with my wife, it happens all the time, and they give you the ending because she does it all the time. She goes,
she'll guess it. She knows where it's going.
Always. And so
keep that to yourself, woman.
That feeling, because then at the end she's like, "I told you."
Next time, write it down and show me the paper after the movie.
And so that sucks. And so that's the way it feels now. You feel like you're in this movie, and somebody told you, "Oh, do you know? By the way, those are dead people he's talking to." And
whoa, she called that even?
Yes, she calls everything.
That would be annoying. I don't like.
She calls and sometimes I've seen the movie already, and I'm watching with her for the first time, and I'm like, damn,
yeah,
she nailed that again. But yeah, she's really good at doing that. Also, very good at Wheel of Fortune. Don't ever play Wheel of Fortune with her.
Okay,
she's incredible.
Why will we be wrong? So you and I are in agreement on this. A lot of people, I think, are in agreement. Why will we be wrong?
It's the Diego Pavia factor. You're bringing in a guy who is a complete wild card in what he's doing.
Yeah.
Ant, that's the nickname he likes to be called. I'm going to call him Ant.
Okay.
Today. If Ant does the things, so I don't want to give this away, but maybe I already have two of them. Okay. One of my things that I believe in is that Ant is going to finish in the top 3 of total offensive yards.
In the conference?
In the conference.
Okay.
But also finish in the top 3 in total turnovers.
Okay. Now that's because there's a lot of give and take.
But that was Taylor Martinez.
It was.
Taylor Martinez was the freshman of the year, and he was first team all Big 12, right? Oh, excuse me, Big 10. He was first team all Big 10 in 12. But at the same time, he had like 16 interceptions.
So this would be, I'm just trying to figure out real fast. So last year, and this is always a quarterback stat, right? There's no offensive player.
Yeah, nobody else could do it. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't even have to look at their numbers on the ground, but I can tell you Jaden Maiyava had 3,700 yards passing, so he was probably north of 4,000.
The most ever in the Big 10, I believe, is the Maryland Tagovailoa. I believe he has the most.
One of his seasons?
I think one of his seasons, yeah.
So Julian Sain was second with 3,600 passing yards. Dante Moore was third with 3,500. So basically what I'm trying to do is paint a picture of what a top 3 yardage quarterback looks like. Now, again, this is just passing, and so I'm guessing you would expect his passing numbers to be lower, but what he loses in passing yards, he makes up for with a lot of rushing yards.
And I think he's going to have a lot of passing yards because a lot of his plays come off of broken plays. And that's not about a guy being a poor coordinator or a poor play caller. That's about a guy making broken plays, and I think he's going to do that.
So if they are to turn things around, or one of the ways in which they could turn things around, in your opinion, is having this quarterback who is very boom or bust.
Yes.
And maybe there is more boom in 2026 than there is bust. Right? Is that what we're talking about here?
So last year, so hold on, the total yards one, I clicked scrimmage ones. The total yards from scrimmage is the running back one.
Yeah, because that has running and receiving.
Yeah, it's total offense. That's run. Total offense. So total offense last year in the Big 10.
Yeah.
Jordan Maiyava total had 3,800 yards.
Oh, wow. Not as many on the ground as I expected.
He didn't run a lot. He didn't. So the quarterbacks that ran the most were Luke Altmaier, Fernando Mendoza, who I've told everybody, you don't have to be a great runner to be a good yardage
Exactly.
guy.
Yeah, look at him.
Nico had 505. Bryce Underwood had 392.
Wow, that's so much lower than we would have expected coming into the year.
So I think this guy could have between 400 and 500 yards rushing over the course of a 12-game season.
So that'd be the most since one of those Adrian Martinez years.
Sure. And then I think he could have close to 3,000 yards passing, if not more.
Okay.
So I think he could be, again, in the top 3 last year would have been Jaden Maiyava, Demond Williams, and Malik Washington. Those are your top 3.
Yeah.
I think
that's a great point. That shows, look at those other two guys.
Win.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I like Williams. I think that he has a lot
and they
of
were great at home. They just were poor on the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the type of quarterback that we're talking about here.
And you know who the 4th person was? Total offensive yards.
What's his name at Iowa?
No.
Okay. I thought the way you had a tone, I was like,
here's the thing about it.
Here?
I think you'd have to guess 13 more times to get who it was.
Was it Childs?
No, it's the Greek rifle. It's Kalikmanis.
Wow,
I know. I never would have got it. 4 was Kalikmanis.
What did he have?
So rushing, he had minus 26, but he had 3,124 yards. He had 3,124 yards passing.
Wow.
His total yards were. Oh, I'm sorry. They're going by yards per game.
I was going to say, I was a little confused.
I'm sorry.
Dante Moore has 3,500.
I had it under yards per game.
Okay.
I am sorry. My fault. Yeah, my fault. That was my fault. Yards per game. So it goes Jaden Maeva, Fernando Mendoza, Dante Moore.
Okay, so that makes it.
That makes more
all
sense,
right.
yeah.
But that's the type
And
of.
then Demond Williams is 4.
Yeah, so that's the type of level of play that we're talking about.
Yeah,
here.
so I think he
If
does
was able
that.
to do
But at the same time, as a wild card, and if you look at the fumbles he's had every year,
a lot.
He's had a lot of fumbles. He's had interceptions. He's had I believe it's 9, 11, and 9.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Isn't that right?
I don't know the exact numbers, but I know it's
29 interceptions.
Yeah.
And last year, I believe he had a total of.
See, last year was his best. Last year was his best year.
He had 8 fumbles last year.
See, now how much do you think him going, because he was at one level of competition, big step down, and now it's going to be higher than even the first level of competition, and he struggled at that level.
No, I always
you,
say,
you sent me the email last month with all of the numbers against the best defenses that he has played.
He faced last year at UNLV the 113th ranked defenses.
Mm-hmm. Yikes.
Compared to at the ACC, he ranked like the 27th.
Mm-hmm.
And we mentioned this, going into the Big Ten, it's probably going to be worse than that.
I think I pulled up the SP Plus numbers for the schedule for Nebraska in 26. Now, obviously, things could get better and worse for a variety of teams. But, I mean, when you look at the level of competition, Indiana, Oregon, Ohio State, I'm expecting their defenses to be good again.
Yeah.
At the very least. And then you have to deal with Iowa, among other teams. And so, like, that stuff's going to be really,
it's
really
Washington,
hard.
right?
I think it was Washington next. I'm trying to Rolodex in my head. That sounds.
You know who had a pretty decent defense last year was Miami, Ohio.
Yeah, they did. Yes,
they did. And by the way, you know who shut him down?
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, he was on Nebraska staff.
So I believe that in particular could make or break you as a head coach, right? A guy who's a wild card like that, who can put up crazy numbers, win games from you, even does in spite of yourself.
Yeah.
So that could be it. I mean, they go 9-3 on this incredible schedule. He's probably the coach of the year in the Big Ten.
Yeah, they're a playoff contender if they go 9-3
right.
against this schedule.
He's all of a sudden the coach of the year.
He fixed everything.
Yes, he fixed everything only because he's got a quarterback who can make so many plays off schedule.
Yeah.
So
or he could be really bad.
He could be like he was at Virginia when he got benched.
Yeah. And that's not great.
No, that's why he got benched.
Yeah. Man, I go back and forth on what I think he's going to do. I think he's going to end up being like a net positive in some games to the likes that we haven't really seen from a quarterback around
in a while.
Right. Yeah, where it's going to be like, whoa, look at what he did. I also think that he is going to have some real tough games along the way, and where they're going to say he needs to be benched. You know, I just imagine the overreaction after some of those performances where it's going to be like Nebraska's found their quarterback. I bet he's going to have a really good non-conference.
That's what I said. By the time they end the non-conference, people are going to be talking about, man, this dude's a Heisman candidate.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
And then they're going to play their first Big Ten opponent, which is Michigan State, if I remember right. And then we'll see what happens.
But then don't they get Maryland right after that?
They do. Yeah. So it's like, it's a nice runway in terms of him doing something. They got to do it. Ben says have to hold up physically. Do you worry about that with him? Just given the running?
He's really, really good at not taking big shots. If you go back and you watch the highlights, either from Virginia or at UNLV, doesn't take a lot of big shots. And also he runs at the middle, sure, but a lot of it is outside, not out of bounds.
Yeah.
Watch how many of the plays on the big plays he made. And I believe there's a thing on YouTube. You can find all his 20-plus plays. I'm pretty sure I saw that.
Okay.
And you'll see how many of them end out of bounds.
Okay. Interesting.
So that's where you avoid getting hurt.
Jeff says he'll get hurt and miss a few games. John writes, don't worry. Rhule knows how to fix quarterbacks that fumble. Remember that great work that genius did with Sims?
The thing about it wasn't just Sims. Harburg had a bunch of fumbles too.
That was a terrifying season for quarterback play.
It was just the fumbleitis. And it's crazy because Nebraska
and then Sheva started throwing picks.
Had that crazy stretch where every quarterback they had was in the top 5 of fumbles.
Nuts.
Over a long stretch.
Yeah.
And then it got to Tanner Lee, and he was in the top 3 interceptions.
He never fumbled anymore, but he threw picks. I remember that whole offseason, Sam McKeown was like, now that they're not going to have a running quarterback, the fumbles are going to go way down. And he was so right on that.
He was right.
Good Lord, did he throw a lot of picks.
The interceptions were outstanding.
Wasn't there one of the games in 2023 where every quarterback had a turnover in the same game? I'm trying to remember what games Harburg got, like when he got hurt at the end of the year. Like, did he play against Maryland? Because I know Sims came in one of those games.
It was the one where he fell down
and
he tried to pitch the ball, and a guy picks it up, runs it for a touchdown. That was the one. So Taylor Martinez in 2012 had 16 fumbles.
But he didn't lose very many of them.
He didn't lose that many.
The bounces went their way so much that year.
Almost every time when you have a fumble, though, it's a drive-in.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's not a turnover, but it is a turnover.
Correct. It's like the one Sam Darnold had in the NFC Championship game. He recovered it, but they lost like 10 yards.
But they lost 10 yards, and that ends the drive. So that's the concern about having that many fumbles. Well, I mean, I'm not mistaken. Ant only had, he had 8 total fumbles and 4 lost? I think that's right last year?
I thought it was more than that.
I thought he had 8.
I thought it was 8 lost. Am I wrong on that?
Oh,
I thought it was 8 lost. I need to write some of these numbers down.
So he had 8. He had 8 fumbles.
I don't know if I like calling him Ant.
That's the one he likes.
Yeah, that's the basketball.
So
player.
it was Blake Horgraff, who is an option quarterback at 11. Kelly from Ball State had 9. Colton Joseph had 9, and then Logan File, Anthony Calandria, both were tied with 8. So he was tied for 4th in fumbles.
In terms of raw fumbles, but not in terms of fumbles lost.
But I think it was only, and I pull it up real quick, I think it was only 4 lost ones. And you can have, Nebraska had 2 teams in the 90s that had a ton of fumbles. He lost, 4.
When you run the ball, when your quarterback runs the ball, it's going to happen more often.
But they recovered a ton of them that 1 year. I think it was 95 where they recovered a bunch of them.
You know who they didn't recover a lot of them? 1999.
No, they did not.
Joe in Vegas with a couple tweets. I'm saying it here right now. Nebraska will lose to Ohio in the opening game. And then he adds every big game that UNLV had last year, they lost, and those teams all sucked. Nebraska is screwed. Death March 2026. Can you imagine if they lose to Ohio? That would be a bad time.
They lost to New Mexico, but God, did he play well. There is one game that they played that they did win. That was a good win. Well, I got to go back and look. But I know he had one game that he played against a decent defense, put up big yards. But they lost. Boise won when he put up really good numbers. He lost to Boise twice.
And Boise has a good defense.
Yeah, they do have a good defense.
So there you go. That's a reason to be excited. Ant. I don't like calling him that.
Well,
Tone.
Well, AC's taken.
Can I just call him Calandria? I'll just call him.
That's what I put. That's why I put Calandria.
I think Tone is fun though. Tone Calandria.
What about colander?
Colander?
Yeah.
You know the difference between a colander and a strainer?
Yes. Whole size.
It's whole size.
Wow, I had no idea.
That's her name.
Steve writes, please, guys, he'll suck. He's a turnover machine. Wait till he goes against Big Ten defenses. Another horrible decision by, he says the midget rule.
That's not nice. He's
Requiring
not
the
that
quarterback
short.
to lead his team. By the way,
He's not that short.
I meant to bring this up with Matt, not to make him triggered now. Everybody's just going to be triggered today. But he said he was trying to do how some people say that's like being the tallest midget. Like that's a phrase.
Yeah, it's a phrase. Yeah.
He said the shortest midget.
He does it all the time.
Yeah, that's the wrong phrase, Matt.
I sent him one the other
That's
day.
like saying you can't throw a glass at a rock at a glass house. No, you throw them in the glass house.
I don't think you can say that word anymore anyway.
Well, if you're talking about football,
I think Nick
or
all the
there's
words.
a type of racing. I know. I don't agree with that
football
either.
and racing,
dude. All the words are back now. I see stuff on the
you-
socials.
he's-
It's wild
he's
from like
made it.
people of power.
he's made it fine.
Yeah,
can
Nick,
call it-
what's your favorite slur? Say it right now on the show. You're allowed to again.
So here was the game I was thinking about. It wasn't against the great. It was UCLA win, right? That was the one I was thinking about.
By the
UCLA
way,
win.
Happer's meme guy, thank you. Yeah, Maryland 23. Sims threw 2 picks, fumbled once. Purdy and Harburg, he threw a pick as
That's
well.
incredible.
What a tire fire. And they almost won that game. And then I had to do a reaction with Handley in that stupid studio with Laffy Taffy Colin.
People
Gosh.
keep downplaying his turnover stuff, and I see that people aren't doing it right now. But some of the people in the media who just completely downplay it, and then I send them texts, and they're like, "Well, he turned it around last year." I'm like, "No, he didn't."
Yeah.
He
Wait,
still threw
people are
9
downplaying
picks.
that? Oh, we got
He
to
still
upplay
threw
it.
9 picks and still fumbled the ball 8 times.
I'm going to run that into the ground.
That's not down. That's not him getting better. That's better than being really bad the year he got benched.
Yeah.
But it's not really getting
Dude,
better.
you said all offseason ahead of the Tanner Lee year. You were like, he is this type of quarterback.
This is what he does.
He is this type of quarterback. And I was like, nah, he can change. We can change his people. And then guess what happened, Nick? He didn't. And they sucked.
He couldn't get over 60% completion rate, and he threw interceptions from freshman year of high school at Jesuit.
Yeah.
All the way
See,
through
that's
his
not
years at
good.
Tulane.
You need to be, if you're in college football, like, come on, you better be doing something
Better be
in
better
high
in
school.
He wasn't that good in high school.
Peyton Manning couldn't win big games in high school.
He
What
did.
happened?
One of my favorite games of my lifetime is when they lost to Edna Carr in the final. It was so awesome.
Oh, Peyton Manning. All right, there you go. When we return, things that Michael is irrationally angry about. Plus, Michael Bruntz will join us at the bottom of the hour. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the 1620 The Zone YouTube channel, ZoneTV.live, and more. A reminder that the Black Keys are heading to Omaha with a variety of folks. Peaches and Cream Tour with Eddie 9V.
Nice.
Who we discussed yesterday. None of us know who Eddie 9V is. Coming July 20th at the Astro Amphitheater. More details online at 1620thezone.com. Plus, we are going to give away some tickets this week.
Very
a fun
nice.
game that Nick is going to create. So get on it, Nick. We appreciate you.
You know how hard it is to play the piano without the white keys?
Huh.
I'm serious.
It'd be very difficult.
Very difficult.
I don't know how to play the piano.
Both my kids went to piano lessons, and so
do they have any knowledge of it still?
Yes, they both can play. I thought I watched well enough. We have one at home. I don't do a very good job, but it is hard.
Dun, 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 dun. I can do that. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, bum, bum,
can you play chopsticks?
Uh-huh. Yeah, isn't that dun, 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 dun,
that I can do.
I can do those two, and that's all I got for you.
Yeah.
All right. Whenever Michael is in for John, especially if it's like a one-time engagement. Now, you'll be back tomorrow, so we won't have to do this again tomorrow. But normally you film like once every month or so, and so you always have new, exciting things that annoy you. But you acknowledge it. Irrational.
They're irrational.
This is not rational anger. So we're not going to talk about serious issues. I don't think, at least. These are mostly non-serious issues.
Right.
Because they're irrational hatred.
That's right. Number one.
Okay, we're going in.
You want me to go?
Let's go reverse order. I like building up to the ultimate hate.
All right, number 7.
Okay.
This one is very personal to me.
Awesome.
Most people don't care about it.
Okay.
I hate draft rumors that are so stupid that the only reason you did it was literally for the clicks.
Oh, that's stupid.
Because you're playing into what people believe we're doing all the time.
Yes.
And there's sometimes where I have an opinion that may be on the outside a little bit, but I really believe that.
Sure.
Nobody believes that Cole Payton is going to be the second or third quarterback in this draft.
Who had that opinion?
A bunch of people on Twitter among the draft community. It's been this rumor mill going around. I like Cole Payton. He's a great athlete, but he doesn't throw the 1 year starting in college.
Not enough starts.
Right?
One
year starting.
Yep.
He's not accurate enough. He's got that wild left arm. You've seen him before. A lot of people who are lefty, like automatically, just in the way they throw the ball, throw curveballs. His ball moves a lot.
It just looks so weird.
It just moves a lot.
Yeah.
He's. I think physically, I think he could be a tight end in the league.
Yeah,
I really do. I think he's
a big guy.
Taysom Hill, right? I don't think he's going to be your top quarterback in this draft, no matter what you think about the draft.
That's a great complaint.
And I hate the fact that people are doing it just for clicks. There's no other reason to put that up there.
I like that. That's a good one. Good way to start.
6. So I go to the grocery store. The grocery store is a place of zen for me.
Yeah,
my first job was at the grocery store. I love the grocery store. But if you have a cart with you, and I say, if you don't have a whole lot, bring a basket. Get a little workout in. Keep the cart with you and pay attention to your surroundings.
Yes.
So if you leave the cart in the middle of the aisle, you block the whole aisle. If you leave the cart away from you, you're blocking one half of the aisle. And a lot of these stores have poles in the middle, meaning you're blocking both sides of the aisle. Pay attention to what you're doing. Keep your cart with you. It's not hard.
That feels pretty rational.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not even irrational.
It's irrational by how much I get, how much I hate about, how much I hate it, and how I want to fight the people.
That's fair.
Number 5, people who keep writing that Matt Rhule is going to get fired after 2026.
It's not going to happen.
With a bad record.
Yeah.
He is not.
But Michael, what if they go 3-9?
Not getting fired.
Yeah.
He's not getting fired.
I'm going to have to be a therapist this season, aren't I? They're going to be bad, and I'm going to have to talk people off the ledge.
They might be bad. They're not going to be that bad, I don't
They're
think.
They're going to be 5-7. That's what they're going.
If they're 5, he's not getting fired.
Correct. We all agree. Well, most of us agree on that.
No, there's people that still keep telling me over and over again, what if this happens? What if this happens? What if this happens? He's not getting fired. Yeah. Not getting fired.
Maybe if that extension didn't happen, but it did.
Maybe. Number 4, at no point in the last 4 years, I'll go back before COVID, have Girl Scout cookies been good? Okay? Stop trying to sell me. I want the little girls to make their money. Make as much money as you can.
Should we just give them money?
But don't try to tell me that as the quality drops and the price goes up, that I should be buying those cookies. They're nasty. They used to be a long time ago, when it was actually a Samoa. It was a really good cookie.
Back in your day, they were good?
So now they call, I think, caramel delights. They're not as good. Yeah. They have very little caramel on them. They're not delightful. They're not good at all, right? They're nasty, nasty, nasty cookies, and they cost too much. Again, I want the young women to make all the money they can make, but don't try to sell me that they're good cookies. I'm tired of hearing people talk about them being good cookies.
Except the ones that we give away.
You got, except for the zone ones. Those are great. Well, you got more above that. That is spicy. That could have been a hot take.
That's for years. I've felt that way.
Okay. What are we on? Number three? Number three.
Center Street construction. I mean, every time, this is 3 times it's happened.
Yeah.
They have fixed a part of Center Street between, say, 42nd and 60th.
Yeah.
And then they have torn it up again and did something else to it.
What are they doing?
I have no idea. You already fixed it. What are you doing?
Obviously, you didn't do a very good job when you fixed it the first time.
And now they put these little poles in the middle so you can't make U-turns, you can't come out of certain places. Well, somebody drove over all of them and wiped all the poles out. So you know what they had to do? They had to shut the road down again to replace the poles.
By the way, real quick, Dave Fight says a Nick fact. There are 2 different Girl Scout cookie bakeries. Supposedly Nebraska gets theirs from the bad one. Is this true?
I have no idea.
I've heard that.
I don't think any of the cookies are good.
That's hilarious.
Especially the Thin Mint, which used to come in foil because it actually used to have mint in it.
Yeah.
Believe this or not, the cookie used to have mint in it. What it has now is just a memory of mint. Number 2.
Okay.
I'm a little, and this is my fault for listening to these shows.
Yeah. Ooh.
And listening to these conversations.
Okay.
But the intense conversations that people are having about Nebraska basketball and how many games they can win.
Yeah.
Or upset because they're worried they won't win enough games. They've never won a game. Your conversation should be, can they win a game in the tournament? And then after that, as Nick said during the break, enjoy the ride. And be happy you're on the ride.
But what about getting to go to Oklahoma City? We got an Airbnb booked already, Michael. We want to go down to Oklahoma City.
Where they go, I don't care who they play. In the end, if they get the W, that's
all that
what
matters.
they need.
That's all that matters.
That's
Whether it's in Portland, Buffalo, or anywhere in between.
Intense conversations on whether or not they're going to get to the Sweet 16. Who cares? I hope they do. But you know what? You know how they can't get there if they don't win the first game.
Got to win the first game.
Memory of Mint is on the band name.
Yeah, people love the Memory of Mint. That was pretty fun.
And I told him earlier.
Which part? What did you tell him earlier? I'm a little worried again.
We're staying here on the Nebraska basketball thing.
Okay.
So I tweeted, this many times a 15 has beaten a 2.
And you jerk.
And I tweeted it. I'm not lying now. I tweeted it to show the rarity of it.
Yeah.
And they immediately went, I can't believe you're tweeting this. Like, it's the rarity. In 160 times, it's only happened 11. So be confident.
Yeah.
I did the 14.
Doesn't happen very often.
But you know what? They didn't take it that way. They took it the other way.
Okay. And
then,
number one,
and this has been since I got here in May of 2022, people debating the weather and whether or not it's going to get colder or if it's going to get hotter or if it's going to be, it's going to be a bad March because we had a good February. I'm like, what the hell? What are you, 50? Are you 70 years old? How old are you having these conversations about the weather? Who cares?
You were listening to Happer Shaver this morning.
I was like, what the hell?
That's how they started the show today.
You don't have to be a weather guy. You don't. For every year I was in the business, somebody came to me and asked me if I wanted to go to weather school because my last name is Severe. I'm like, no, because I hate the damn weather. I don't care about it.
I'm going to be a little critical of the zone real quick before we go to break and talk to Michael Bruntz. So the show that you are on Sundays, it used to be called Husker Hangover when it was hosted by Matt Rhule.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Yes.
When we brought you over, why didn't we name it Severe Hangover? What were we doing?
It's a great question.
Severe Reaction is boring.
They asked me what I wanted to call it.
Oh, you said Severe
and
Reaction?
Hold on. Give me a 20. Matt was still doing his show, and it was still called Husker Hangover.
It's Severe Hangover.
Come on, man. Matt and I were friends. I actually called Matt to make sure it was cool for me to do the show. And that's why I called it Severe Reaction.
Okay. Well,
I picked it so it wouldn't have the relationship of when Matt did it on the show.
Okay. I thought it was our boss's fault. It was
no,
your
it was completely my fault.
Right, now I feel like
it was completely my fault. I did it. I'm sure you don't like it, but I didn't want it to be conflicting.
I like the show.
I didn't want it to conflict with Matt's show.
Before we go to break, Joe in Vegas, don't call him Ant. Talking about Anthony Calandria.
What he likes to be called.
Call him Int.
Int?
INT.
Oh, come on. That's cold-blooded. That's not nice.
That's pretty funny. All
Got
right,
him.
when we return, Bruntz is going to join us. A variety of topics that we can hit on with Michael Bruntz, including, yes, baseball.
Baseball.
Even baseball. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Bruntzy who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Bruntzy called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family, and now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz. It's Michael Bruntz. Michael Bruntz. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz.
Michael Bruntz. Bruntz, are those dogs?
Yeah, my dog is downstairs. The mailman decided to drop the mail right when you guys are bringing me on.
He is defending the house, and once they leave, he's accomplished his mission.
Yep. Yeah, he's mailman's long gone. He's trying to run up the score right now. So
Do you think that's how dogs view it? Like that they bark and then they leave, and it's like, I did that.
Didn't you have Dave?
Yeah.
Didn't Dave work with you?
No.
Doggone problems didn't work with you?
Yeah. He never told me that.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're running, and that's their job. They're defending the house. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Well, good luck to your dog there, Bruntz. That's some good stuff right there. How's your Tuesday going?
Not bad. Your guys, you doing all right?
Yeah. Having a good
Tuesday's
time.
been okay. Not a bad Tuesday.
Yeah.
I think it's okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of my favorite songs in groups back in the day. Till Tuesday, yeah.
On a Tuesday. Bruntz, big game tonight for Nebraska men's basketball as they travel 4 hours away from us, 5 hours away from you because you live in Lincoln. For this game against the Iowa Hawkeyes. Western Nebraska, yeah, pretty much is, right? Out the sticks. Do you think this game shapes the rest of the regular season, or at least the way that they are viewed moving forward into the Big Ten and NCAA tournaments?
It's got the potential to be, I think, a pretty big data point. Like, you look at the way the schedule plays out. I mean, what's kind of what's left on the schedule to potentially be like not a marquee win, but one that at least kind of gets people's attention nationally. Like the road game at UCLA, like that would be one that just by the numbers, I think would register that way. But it feels like a big one too, just because you had the rivalry aspect. Nebraska has, they beat Northwestern, but they have not played, a great 40 minutes of basketball in quite a while. And, I think this is a little bit of an opportunity to maybe kind of change that narrative a little bit. You also have Price Stanford, going back to Iowa for the first time. So there's a little bit more juice to this one, I think. So, I don't know that it sets the tone, but it's a way to, kind of change the narrative off of that, pretty tough stretch of games that they had. I mean, once you get past this one on the road, you basically have the 2 games, the 2-game trip out to California, and then you have Iowa back at home. So this is kind of the last remaining big one for Nebraska on the schedule, I think. So, within the locker room, will it change a ton? I don't think so, but I think, it's an opportunity to kind of change the narrative back to, Nebraska starting to play better basketball towards the end of the season. And you're starting to see, Lenardi had him on the 4 line today. So maybe moving a little bit of the wrong direction right now from a perception point of view.
Do you think that it should be federal legislation that we don't ever mention what Lenardi has on his bracketologist, or should it just be a state thing? Where you kind of fall on the Lenardi bracketologist?
Do you think there's enough consensus nationally?
Oh yeah. I think we could get 60% supermajority. We could get that done.
Wow, people are going to cross the aisle to come together in their dislike.
What was it? Whatever. It's 8-0 for one of the things for the or 9-0.
9-0, yeah.
Right.
I remember the Supreme Court all agreed on players getting compensation.
It would be 9-0.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then they'd bring back Ginsburg from the dead to vote on it too. So how much do you think?
The correct answer was out there the whole time, and we just missed it. It's right there.
It's right there. Do you think that fans should worry about Sanford's emotions in this game, going back, playing against them, the feelings that, he's been brought up a lot that I see in stories. Do you think folks should be worried about how he's going to play?
I don't think it's one of those things that's going to matter in a huge way to him. I mean, he's obviously aware of it. He's been asked about it. It's been written about, but I don't know. I mean, with him, he just seems so just not ice cold, but it just doesn't seem like he's bothered by a lot of that stuff that's out there. And so I'm sure, in the initial couple minutes of the game, maybe as you kind of you settle in, I mean, maybe that's creeping in the back of your mind. You're a little bit, charged up a little bit more than you would be normally because you're back there and so much just familiar. But I don't think that that's going to be, a huge distraction for him. It is a cool footnote, I guess, as you kind of get later in the season here. But I don't know. I mean, I think the thing that at least, with this year's team, and I think part of it's just Stanford's personality and kind of how he's meshed with everybody. But it doesn't seem like a group that's really been fazed much at all by whatever narratives or, storylines are really out there. I mean, it feels like one of those things that's a little bit more for the fans, and I don't expect it to bother him too much.
Do you think his brother
they get into it?
You think his brother will have on a Nebraska shirt or his brother's shirt at the game?
Oh, do you do like the split thing, like the Illinois kid?
Yeah, the Nebrois kid.
I mean, you got to support family,
it.
right? You got to support blood over water, blood over team, right? You got to support his brother.
That's a tough one. I don't know. I don't. I would actually be okay with the split shirt in this situation. I think you go split shirt, but it'll be interesting. I'll be curious to see what kind of reception he gets from Iowa fans tonight and see how that goes.
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7 Sports, joining us. Concern level on a scale of 1 to 10 about what's going on. Gosh, I almost called him Bear K, but I'm not talking about Bear K. Who the hell am I talking about?
I don't know.
Rink. Good
Rink.
Lord.
Oh, the way he's playing, right?
Yeah, about Rink. In the last month and change now from Rink Mast. Coming off another rough game.
Yeah, I don't know. A little bit. I don't know, really if it's a matter of, Nebraska needs to do some things to kind of get him going a little bit more. It just seems like, with him, it's just that he just hasn't settled in. I mean, things have just kind of, as he's struggled, it seems like, at times when Nebraska's looked a little bit clunky offensively, it's kind of been at the same time. So that would kind of be my concern, is kind of how that bleeds over into everybody else. But I mean, I've kind of been waiting. Is there going to be a game where he suddenly kind of snaps out of it or kind of gets back to playing the way that he has in the past? I kind of wondered if that game at Rutgers would be the one that would really kind of get him going. But just he's got to play a little bit more consistently. I did wonder too if just that stretch of games where you're playing teams with really good bigs, if that was a factor, and what he was having to do from a rebounding point of view and defense, if that was taken away from the offense. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the perfect answer is there for him, but you need to kind of get him trending in a better, more consistent direction here, especially going down the stretch and when you start getting into the postseason, for sure.
Do you agree with Mike Schaefer, who said it was the worst game of his life?
Of Rink Mast life?
Of the season, he said. He goes, the worst game of the season. And then Mitch Sherman was like, no, it wasn't. That was just plain small, sorry.
I wouldn't go that far. There's been a few that were a little iffy too. The Illinois game at home didn't feel great. That one more so, but they got to find something to get him going. I mean, it feels like, as he's kind of scuffled a little bit. I mean, you're just asking a lot of some of those other guys and role players that, he just got to be at his best, or at least close to it, I think, for Nebraska to kind of continue the run they were on.
All right, Bruntz, I promised Nick a baseball question for you as they start this.
Two guys that I would love to talk baseball with.
Exactly. Yeah, Michael and me, baby. So they start 3-0. Everyone's like, this is like 0-5 all over again. And then Stanford goes up, was it 9-0 yesterday at one point in time before Nebraska started their run? They ultimately lose. I mean, the good obviously is going to outweigh the bad, is it not, from what happened this weekend? Like, what is the broad takeaway from the 3-1 start?
Yeah, I mean, I think the broad takeaway is, the offense, I think, is going to be one that is going to really hurt some teams this year. Even yesterday when, they were having to chase runs right out of the gates, and they were already down 3-0 before they recorded their first out. The offense still gave them a little bit of a chance in the middle innings, and that's a positive. I mean, I think, that was the biggest question for me coming into the weekend was like, okay, you've added a few guys out of the transfer portal. You've got a lot of veterans back that really needed to kind of be dudes if you were going to do something this year. And, they really hit well as a team. I think they've got more power potential than they've had the last couple of years. I think that's all good. Against Stanford, unfortunately, you had Cooper Katsky get sick, couldn't make his start on Saturday or on Sunday, excuse me. And then you're just kind of scrambling where you have to move your Monday starter up to Sunday. Novacek obviously didn't have it yesterday in the first inning. And then, you're having to cover eight innings on the fourth game of a 4-day weekend. That's just kind of tough for any team to handle. So I think for the most part, you can take a lot of positives out of the weekend. I think the UConn win and the Northeastern win will probably be good for them RPI wise towards the end of the season. But they probably would have liked to have shown up a little bit more competitively in those first couple innings against Stanford, because that's kind of the one that you're left with coming out of what was, I think, for the most part, a pretty good performance down there.
Everybody wants to talk about it. Everybody wants to know about it. How do you feel about being a 2 seed in the Grit and Glory region of the best podcast bracket?
Yeah, I felt like that was probably an appropriate seed. The fans will be able to get to the matchup, I think. Mailman's back again, by the way. Here, but no, I think a 2 seed's fair.
Okay. You can go on a run.
Is it tough to see that? Like it felt like.
So this is what I did. I went through.
You got kind of a mix of podcasts there.
So I went through and I started off with just all of the basically Husker football based ones, and then I went with the ones that were kind of the oldest or the ones that I listened to, and then from there, when I kind of ran out, that's when I started expanding to other types of podcasts.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So that's how I did it.
Dog definitely cares about the podcast. That's pretty cool to hear.
I feel bad for our mail carrier. It's a bad day for the postal service here.
They know what's going on. They know what's going on.
Yeah.
Well, Bruntz, always good to hear from you. Check your inbox. You just got a little nugget from Keith Mann that when we hang up on you, we're going to announce to the world.
Yeah. There was a little text chain going around that was in the happening. So spring ball is officially here.
It is here.
I don't know scoop, but yeah.
Happy writing, Bruntz. We'll talk to you next week.
Yep, see you.
Yeah, Bruntz.
All right, that's Michael Bruntz. All right, you ready for this?
Sep's been saying this for 2 weeks.
What?
That was going to happen on this day.
Yeah, well, now it's official. It's not his story to tell. You can't get all mad at me and then start telling everybody the stories. I got a bone to pick with this press release, by the way.
A bone to pick with the press release?
It's going to be so me.
Let me see.
It's going to hurt. So, first of all, Nebraska is going to have their spring press conference Thursday, 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Matt Rhule will be there. Dana Holgerson will be there. Rob Orich will be there. And, Nick, would you check this out? 3 to 4 players as well. The media room is going to open at approximately 9:15 a.m. Now, that has nothing to do with our audience. They don't really care about that. Are you going to give them breakfast? 9:15 a.m.?
So.
Do you get fed?
Things have been changing since they got rid of the outside product coming in.
Like
they used to bring in Valentino. They don't do that anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, remember the last time the Husker, they tried to give breakfast to the Husker football team? There was that whole thing.
Oh, with the volleyball players.
Yeah. This is the media he's talking about, though, and I don't think they're doing that anymore.
Oh, sad. So here's the bone that I have to pick. One of the things that I go after is when people that are older than me, and honestly, Michael, a lot of them are in your age range.
All right. Okay.
They put the 2 spaces after the period. It's a ridiculous notion. Now, in this statement, I thought, wow, that is a giant amount of space. You could run. It's like the hole that USC was running through in 2007. I did a cursor over it. Michael, there are 3 spaces after the players period. We will open the media room. 3 spaces, 3 times. Keith Mann, spacebar, spacebar, spacebar. What are we doing? Now, look, I'm not making any friends now. I know they're going to hate me even more.
Keith didn't write this.
Okay, well, whoever wrote this.
They just sent it out. Ellie wrote it, and they just sent it out under Keith's.
This is ridiculous.
Nebraska State media.
This is way too many,
She's
and it
probably
looks.
a student.
It looks. Does Gen Z not know how to type? All they do is type.
She's probably a student.
All they do is set
And
up
she's probably an
defenses, calm
intern,
down.
or she just started doing
She
this.
never typed
and
before?
and they had her. A lot of them haven't typed this up on their phones.
I guess that's true.
Yeah, and so that's who she probably is, and they just sent it through Keith's email.
Okay. Well, I don't like it, but that's cool that Matt Rhule will speak. People are pumped to hear
Here
from
she
Matt
is.
Rhule
She
again.
is an advertising and public relations and
Come on, they
sports
do
media and
way too one
communications
space.
major, political science minor.
Okay.
She is a she/her, according to her information here.
That's awesome. She typed terribly.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
All right.
You could have remember those
I
things
know.
where they're like, tell me what's different
Yeah,
on the two
yeah, you
pictures,
would never
and I
know.
would have looked for about 200 years.
You
and I
don't
never
ever
would've-
notice uniforms. You're like, wait, I don't know.
I
So
don't-
you always say, I don't notice the uniform. How do you know who to root for if you don't ever notice the
I mean,
uniforms?
I know who's playing.
So you're like, that's Tom
I just
Brady.
don't-
He must
I
play for the
don't
Patriots.
remember what they wore afterwards,
Okay.
and I definitely don't get mad because they wore some color or they wore some design.
Do you remember what they wore against USC?
Nebraska did blackout against
There
USC.
you go. So you noticed.
I remember
though.
the blackout.
What did they wear
The whole
against
stadium was
Wisconsin?
blacked out.
Against
Or
Wisconsin,
Minnesota.
That's when they wore the all white with the pink.
Oh, interesting.
Whoa, Nick, what are you saying?
I never would have remembered that. I
Mm.
know they wore the pink because before we were like, are those helmets messed up? And we're like, oh, they're pink.
They're pink. Yeah,
Mhm.
people got
And
triggered
then we
by
should
that.
never remember that game again. Thank you.
All right, so there you go. Matt Rhule is speaking this week. Oh, John writes, WTF, announcing when the dumbass head coach is going to talk. It's a sports flash.
People want to know. They want to hear from the coach.
I can't wait to hear from him.
And since you guys don't count when he goes on Sports Nightly for some reason.
Well, I was saying talking to the media, not to the state media. You know, there's a difference. Though some would say there's not.
I don't think there is. They're still asking them questions. It's not a
Yeah.
big difference. Joe
You
in
knew
Vegas,
what I meant.
Joe in Vegas wants to know. You weren't the only person that said this. Joe in Vegas says,
What's up?
Did you reseed the I-80 club to the number one
No, we
seed?
kicked it out.
We're actually removing the
We're removing
I-80
it. We
club.
kicked it out.
We're taking I-80 club out and
Yeah.
just leaving the other ones in.
Yeah. Michael will
and replacing it with Doc Talk in the 2 seed.
Yep, he'll figure it out. He'll get everything.
I'll get it figured out before Thursday.
All right, when we return, we'll talk some hoops. Nebraska taking on Iowa tonight. Also, there was a comment or a question a few moments ago about Joe Lunardi that we can get to as well, because I know that you opine about Joe Lunardi. I always know the marking of college basketball season coming to a close. When Dirk Chatlin tweet about Joe Lunardi shows up on my timeline, I say, we're close to March now. And we are indeed. He gave us one, I believe it was last night,
Yes, it was.
halftime of the Iowa State-Houston game.
Yep.
Good job by the Clones, by the way, Nick. Your Clones got a dub.
Go Clones.
Go Clones indeed. All right, come
That's
back
not
after
actually
this.
his clones. They're Matt McMaster's clones.
Matt McMaster's
because he's got plus 700 on him win the Big 12.
I bet he does. He's a brave soul, that Matt
Yes, he
McMaster,
is.
to bet on Iowa State. More to come, 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike Iconics here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. We have Steve Sipple coming up in just about an hour. By the way, tomorrow, I don't think I've told you. Yes, good call. I don't think I've told you this. Tomorrow on the show, Matt Schick will join us.
No way.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? That'd be a fun interview. I don't know what we're going to talk about, but Schick is going to join us at 2:50.
So we don't speak, though.
Yeah? Well, you guys can.
We're on the outs.
Yeah? Uh-oh.
You didn't know that?
No, that's not true. No.
Come on.
No, you stop
You
it.
know that.
No, I don't.
The whole Trump
You
thing.
and Matt.
I'm just joking. Just playing.
We could talk about Trump with him. See how that goes.
He would love that.
Yeah. And then I was trying to get a real cool NFL guy, but he is out of the country. This is a lot of NFL people. This is their vacation.
Little time off.
Because the combine is coming up.
Yes.
And the Super Bowl just happened. And so this is vacation time.
Yep.
And I was like, I'm going to surprise Michael with 2 cool guests. Well, 1 cool guest. And the other, he
Yeah.
was like, sorry, I'm out of the country. And I said, no worries, I'll try you again.
You try the other guy that we got the number for?
I had Nick. Nick, have you tried the other guy?
I've reached out.
We've reached out. I don't think we're going to get him.
I never know.
That's going to be really
He's
difficult.
pretty awesome.
That's going to be really difficult. Everybody likes that guy. Loves that guy.
He's great. He's
if you're
very
a
good at his
draft
job.
guy, everybody loves this guy. I'm not a draft guy. I feel like I am missing out on such a fun part of NFL fandom.
Well, you also,
and I just don't care.
And you should be, because
Cowboys have 2 picks in the first round this year.
Exactly. The reason why I became a draft guy and
the
loving
Saints
the draft,
sucked.
because the Saints sucked.
Yeah.
And then in 1986, the first year I actually did a draft report, it was the brand new coach, Jim Moore, right? And they
Diddly poo.
Exactly. And I was like, well, let me look at this and try to get into it. And then they had a great draft.
Yeah.
And it led to the first playoff appearance in 1987.
Yeah.
They lost 40-7 in Minnesota. But still,
They made
it
it.
showed that drafting, in my mind, was like, oh, this is how you build a team. And so ever since then, I've always been involved in the draft. Yeah.
No, and I have opinions on what Dallas should do with the pick. I am hoping like hell, and it's not going to happen, that Caleb Downs falls down to 12. I just would love a positional value.
There's some that show
know,
that.
he started showing.
There's some that show that.
So I listen to 2 Cowboys podcasts all the time, and on both of them, there are hardcore draft guys. So I do know what's going on with it. I'm not like you guys, hanging out reading Brugler's Beast. It's like 400 pages.
It's awesome, though.
Yeah. See, again, I wish I liked it
more
because
of
it
that.
comes with my
It's
subscription.
longer than that online, too. It's
Oh
even
my
longer than that.
gosh.
So here's the thing about Caleb Downs. If they're doing the draft based off of how good he is or his potential,
2?
That's when you see him at like 5, 6, or 7.
Ugh.
But then when people are actually doing legitimate
Positional
ones,
value.
the way safeties get drafted, you see him at 11, 12.
Yeah.
See, I would love to not get past 8, in my opinion, but everybody's now projecting the Saints to either take a running back or a wide receiver at 8.
Running back at 8. So what? Jeremiah Love.
Jeremiah
right?
Love, yeah.
Okay.
That's the first.
He's good.
The place
See,
you see
he
him
is.
going.
If you just do power rankings of or whatever draft board,
Yeah.
he is always really high, but positional value.
Well, so when they do so they have the basic tiers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the top tier is always going to be the player that is supposed to be the all-pro, right?
Yeah.
Legitimately, there's only one of them.
Who is that guy this year?
It's Jeremiah Love.
Wow.
He's the only one. Even Mendoza isn't on that list.
None of
The Ohio State
David
defensive
Bailey.
end. None of those guys are. He's the only one.
Interesting.
And it's very rare. Like I told you, just 6 total running backs and quarterbacks in the top 100 of Dane Brugler.
That's pretty nice.
He usually averages about 8 to 9. And by the way, usually it's more running backs and quarterbacks, but not this year.
Yeah.
It's one of the weakest years they've had for running backs and quarterbacks.
Yeah, it could be interesting where Dallas could get like a safety or an off-ball linebacker, with that first pick.
Yeah, an off-ball linebacker. It's another one that doesn't have positional
Correct,
value a lot
but
of
the
times.
players are so good up there.
Yeah, they
So we'll
are.
see. There we go. We'll talk more draft when Michael fills in as we get closer to the draft. Ben says Matt Patricia said Caleb Downs is the smartest player he's ever coached.
I believe it. Oh
man,
you
that'd be
know,
so
you want to
awesome.
know why you know that? Go back last year after Ohio State lost to Michigan. They said, you know what? We've got to just let Caleb Downs make plays. And they took him out of his deep safety position and they go, just rove.
Mm-hmm.
And it made all the difference. It turned the team around. The offense got better, obviously running the ball more, but the defense turned around because of what they did with Caleb Downs.
All right. Well, let's hope he ends up on the Dallas Cowboys. Let's use this as a jumping off point into college basketball, in particular Nebraska, Iowa. Sonny says, Michael, can you explain why Nebraska is basically 1 ranking spot away from a 2 seed, but Lenardi has this as a 4 seed? I know that's not exactly how they make the seedings.
Yeah, and it's funny because he's not just Lenardi. If you go back and you look at the overall, they're still at a 2 in the average of all the people who do brackets, but they're leaning more to 3, and there's a bunch of them that have at 4.
Mm-hmm.
That happened before the Northwestern game. People moved them to 4.
Yeah.
I think when it comes out on Monday again, I think you're going to see those things back to more of a lower 3.
Well, and so
obviously they got to win against Iowa.
Yeah, and Saturday is when CBS will have the top 16 teams, whatever they call it, the bracket reveal. And so like that will change some of the conversation too. Right now in bracket matrix, Nebraska is a 3 seed.
Yeah, but
Kansas is above them.
What's the number? 3.
It is 2.88.
It's still in the 2s, but it's really close to 3.
Yeah,
and we'll see several 4s.
There are 3 teams that are unequivocal number 1s. No bracket has Michigan, Duke, or Arizona as anything but a 1. And then UConn, their average seed is a 1.38. Then it's Houston. And this is as of yesterday, by the way. So this is pre their loss on the road at Iowa State. But it's Houston, Illinois, Purdue, and Iowa State on the 2 block. And then it's Kansas, Nebraska, Florida, and Gonzaga at the 3. So that's what's going on there. I asked this question of Bruntz, and I'll ask it of you. Do you think that tonight's game shapes the rest of the season for Nebraska basketball? And mainly from the perspective of like, they just don't have many good. I say good
since January 10th.
Correct. They have not. It's so wild. They have played 9 games since January 10th. 6 of them have been against teams that are below 500. They've won all of those games, and they've won all of those games very comfortably. They played 3 games with teams above 500, and those are teams that are seeded currently on bracket matrix: a 1 seed in Michigan, a 2 seed in Illinois, and also a 2 seed in Purdue.
Yeah.
Now Iowa currently is on the 8 line, so this would easily be the best win that they have had since the Indiana game.
And it'd be the best win for Iowa, too.
And it'd be easily the best win for Iowa. And so, like, that's the tricky part of this conversation is I'm asking you, like, do you need to see something or will this shape anything? Well, it's not like they've done anything bad. They just haven't played. They played really good or really bad. They haven't played anybody in between, and finally they get someone in between tonight.
And the thing about it is, though, and I know what you mean, bad teams, but Nebraska hasn't played poorly. So they lost to Michigan. They didn't play poorly.
Correct.
Obviously, the beginning of Purdue, the first 16 minutes of it, but then they played really well and probably should have won the game with a free throw. And they didn't play horrible the last time they lost either. Or, I mean, the Illinois game. And they did legs. It was a legs thing. Yeah. They were just exhausted by that because they were shorthanded. I look at this game tonight, and if you're talking about confidence, I think this game is very important for Nebraska's confidence
as a team
because you haven't beaten Iowa in a while. Because this is a challenge of going on a road to a very hostile environment. They're having a whiteout, blackout.
Yeah.
What the hell? Come on, in Iowa. So anyway, you go and you look at the game overall, confidence wise. I think if Nebraska wins that, they're going to feel good about winning the rest of their games.
I think so too.
If they lose it, then that trip out to LA, there's some chances. And then Iowa coming back here, there's some chances. But I think if they win this game tonight, then they got a pretty good chance of winning out.
That's why you bring up, you talk about the 9 games that have happened since Indiana, and you say they've done nothing wrong. They haven't beaten the best teams on the schedule, but that's fine. They never got blown out at any of them. They beat everybody else. Tonight is that first kind of opportunity where it's like, it's a team you probably should beat. It's a road game. It's a tough atmosphere.
Yeah, but it's only like a 1.5 point game,
but
right?
It's only a 1.5 point spread.
And I believe, I'm not mistaken, didn't
it flipped over to Iowa?
You guys have what's his name? The guys you follow, the bracketologist guy or the analytics guy?
I don't know. Basketball analytics guy?
Yeah, the guy you guys follow.
Bart.
Bart Torvik. My bad.
I believe Bart. That was the only game remaining that he had Nebraska underdog, right? Minus.
Well, it was and I'm looking at it right now. I'm pretty sure it flipped. Yeah, he has Nebraska minus 0.3. So
okay.
It's his pick 'em. It's a 51% chance to win the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
But leading up to this game, that was the only one out of the remaining ones. And it's going to give Nebraska so much confidence if they get over the hump against this team. The team that knocked them out of the tournament last year.
Correct. And you asked a question of Bruntz. I love the way you phrased it. Do you have it written down? How did you ask him about Price Sanford? Because I've been wondering about that too.
Yeah, I was asking, should the fans be worried about him being too emotional for the game?
Yeah.
Because it's not just that you're going to play for a team you played for before.
Mm-hmm.
When the bidding happened and Nebraska offered whatever they offered, and I know they had some previous relationships because he was over in Council Bluffs or wherever.
Yeah.
They had some relationships.
Grew up a Husker fan.
Yeah. So I know they had the relationship with him, right? But did Iowa not try to match it? Did Iowa not value you enough to say, we want to keep you here? That would be one of those things where like, well, I'm going to show them.
Yeah.
Or is it a situation where you wanted to leave anyway and there's no hard feelings? I don't know. He is so stoic.
He is.
And so I don't know if he is going to get really, I only, based off of what I am as a person, I think I would be incredibly fired up to beat them.
Mm-hmm. But sometimes that's
too much.
That can, yeah.
Emmett Johnson against Minnesota wasn't Emmett's fault, but that kind of feeling. You're going back to play against a team that didn't want you, that from your hometown that you want to go back to beat, right?
Yeah. You watch sports over the years and you see sometimes those games where you're like, I know that this player has so much into this game. And you'll see players who perform very well in those moments. And then other times where it's like, whoa, that situation really got to them.
When I bet baseball and I bet home runs, I would bet when they had their birthday. When a guy's birthday, I would bet them to hit a home run.
Did it work?
A lot.
Really?
Guys have some of their best games on their birthdays.
Really? That's so weird. What are they, kids?
Stacy has this amazing theory about around your birthday time.
Yeah.
How you just have this aura you give off. She would meet a guy during the baseball time or during her birthday time because of the fact that it was around her birthday and she had this aura. I believe around your birthday, you're at peak performance.
Congrats, Stacy.
Yeah.
Shout out Stacy.
And so I would bet guys, and same thing in football.
I'm never going to think about her birthday the same way again.
I would bet 2 touchdowns for some guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of guys score both ways on their birthday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now do you think that is it going to be a birthday night for Price, or do you think it's going to be a sad night for Price?
I think because of the way he's been playing and the consistency he's going to have a good game.
Okay, here's what I don't understand. Why do people think that the crowd might not boo him? Of course
they're going to boo him. They're going to boo him.
Wasn't there? I heard something this morning.
He's on a Nebraska team.
Yeah, and that after everything happened, people were like in his mentions and people were pissed at him for leaving. So I don't know why everyone's like, yeah, maybe they're going to cheer him. They're absolutely not going to cheer him tonight.
No, they're not cheering him.
Yeah.
No, but maybe his family.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's about it.
You are so spot on though about this game and the confidence that it could give the entire team moving forward the rest of the schedule. Because after this, they got Penn State, they got Maryland. They're going to kill those teams, and then they go to the West Coast, and they're going to be favored in those games against USC and UCLA. This is not the last chance to prove something because they play Iowa again at the end of the regular season, then, of course, the Big Ten tournament. But, man, this does, in my opinion, control the view and the feeling that surrounds the team. If they drop another one of these, it is just going to be like, oh, man, I think did they peak conversation is very loud if they drop this one.
So here you go. NFL performance. NFL quarterbacks excel on their birthdays.
Amazing.
Going from 6.6 yards an attempt to 7.9 yards an attempt.
That's ridiculous.
An average of 20% more yards on their birthday.
What?
Famously, Derek Lee homered on his birthday 5 times in his career. 5 different birthdays he homered.
That.
Yes. Shaquille O'Neal on his 28th birthday scored his career high 61 points. Analytics mixed with basketball, but data suggests that there is minimal impact in basketball. But in baseball and football, I'm telling you, dude, birthdays.
That is hysterical.
They call it the birthday effect.
This is like Castellanos hitting home runs when huge stuff happens in world history. You know, but that's a baseball
I don't even know who that is.
That's the guy who, what was it, Nick?
He plays for the Padres now.
Remember when Tom Brenneman said that slur and then
I do remember that.
So that ended up
for Kevin.
Consider myself a man of faith.
It was good for Kevin.
It was good for Kevin.
Thank God for that slur because it got Kevin on the NFL and Fox. Yes. But after that, he kept hitting home runs on days where big stuff, like the day of the assassination attempt of President
in Pennsylvania.
I believe that he hit a home run that day. Everyone was like, well, bet on him to hit an anytime home run.
Okay,
and guess what he did? He hit a home run.
Okay, cool.
So
there's actually a daily fantasies thing on PFF that talks about birthdays and breaks it down in a fantasy perspective.
Amazing. I just saw Nick marked something. I look forward to finding out what he marked there. Very, very interesting. By the way, this matchup tonight, McMaster had some great numbers about this Iowa offense and how slow they are
compared to what they used to be.
But pound for pound, they score pretty well. They score pretty well. What in the hell, Nick?
My hand slipped. I'm sorry.
Interesting. I'm surprised it didn't slip earlier. Get it? But that they are very good at scoring when they do. They just that the possessions last a very long time. If they get out of rhythm at all, if Nebraska can push the pace at all,
if Nebraska plays great defense, they're going to win the game.
Yeah.
That's when they play their best. When they're playing, when they're in the passing lanes, when they're getting steals, when you have a guy like Hoiberg that goes an entire game with zero turnovers, which he's done many times in his career. When they play great defense, that's when they end up running a team away, and it might not be to the second half.
Yeah. It often is in the second half.
There's many times that this year I have bet Nebraska. I bet the other team in the first half.
Yeah.
And it's paid off. Didn't work against Michigan, but it's worked against other games.
It honestly, in the last, just looking at if you bet Northwestern, that would have covered, obviously. Purdue obviously would have covered.
Indiana, I know that was the one.
Indiana, Rutgers, I believe. Not Illinois. Nebraska outscored them, not Michigan. And Minnesota, they played a bad first half. That's the thing.
Yeah, Minnesota, I think, was 6.
They always have the stat. They showed it on the TV broadcast on Saturday during the Northwestern game. They are, I think it's plus 6 points per game, or they were coming into the Northwestern game in terms of outscoring opponents in the second half. And I'm surprised, first of all, that the number's not higher.
Yeah.
And then they outscored them by 18, 19 points in the second half. So certainly that will be something to watch for tonight. Should be an awesome atmosphere. 8 o'clock game. Good night of hoops. You got that. You got the Purdue Michigan game. That one is starting during the show. Might have to just open up YouTube TV.
Isn't
so
there
watch
also
it on there?
Arizona?
Are
Arizona,
they playing
Texas? Somebody else.
Arizona's playing BYU. That's tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
That's tomorrow. But Arizona's playing Houston on Saturday.
That's going to be a good
Big 12
one.
is just a ton of great games this week. And Iowa State takes down Houston last night in a game that was, incredible pass by the Cyclones at the end of that one to give them the game-winning 3. Sonny writes, I think we're letting the Iowa dominance in football carry over and overshadow the simple fact that we're a better basketball team than these guys.
But they've been
a lot better. Who's scared of Iowa?
They've been they're a better basketball team than Iowa last year.
Yeah, for sure. And they lost that game.
And they still lost the game.
That's why, you talk about, what's going to happen with Price in this game? Emotions. The whole team has those emotions because of what happened last week. Like, there's a part of me, Michael, that almost wonders if they're going to play their best game of the year. Which I guess that's hard to say.
I wouldn't be surprised with the way Price is. And I think Rink's going to play really well.
Yeah, I mean, look, when we questioned him a couple weeks ago, he finally came through.
He rebounded well in that game. It was those turnovers he had. That's what caused people to say that wasn't a very good game. I think he's going to come out and have a great game.
Opponent adjusted, would we say Wisconsin's the best that they have played this year?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it's probably hard to match.
Now.
It's probably hard to match that level of dominance, but it would not shock me if this is the best road game that they have had, full stop, from first half to second half. By the way, we're watching some hockey, and a Swedish dude just hit the Latvian player with his stick. Ouch.
Nebraska's averaging 36.8 points in the first half of games.
Okay.
And the second half of games, work, button.
Come on, computer. You can do it.
Yeah, the computer's doing fine.
Okay.
I just got to go find Nebraska because there's 300.
Maybe add a few more.
42.2.
Okay, so that's what 6+.
So 6+ points. Yep, that's the difference.
All right, so that is Nebraska and Iowa coming up tonight. Nick, do you want to do the slice today? Is the slice canceled?
No.
Okay.
Like apple pie?
No, this is the slice of college baseball.
Mm-hmm.
So we did a segment on Tuesday.
Cool.
Called a slice of college baseball. Also, super hot take market coming your way later today.
Awesome.
We'll do that after the slice. We also have Steve Sipple to join us in about a half hour. We have so many things. Again, this is great. I got a lot of topics, and I'm just going to move on to tomorrow's prep sheet.
I don't remember. I think Nick said I've done it. I don't remember ever doing dumb debates before.
I don't think you have.
But Nick said I did.
I don't remember that.
I think we have evidence on the video on YouTube.
Oh, wow.
Doing it? Okay, I don't remember doing
Well,
dumb
you'll be
debates.
here for dumb debates tomorrow.
Yes.
But when we return, a slice of college baseball. One weekend is in the books. Who's the best team in college baseball? Is that what Nick is tackling today? I honestly have no idea. Find out when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
It's time to enjoy a nice hot slice of college baseball.
Back to play in the 2-0 to Tyson. He swings and hits a ball deep to left field. Back goes the left fielder. Look it up. It's gone! No way! It is out of here. The game is over. They walk it off. That is nuts. That is absolutely nuts. Tyce Armstrong has done it again, kids.
Jim LaFountain and college baseball's unbreakable record. He hit 3 grand slams in a game for the NCAA record. Tyce Armstrong is tied it.
That is out of this world.
College baseball.
It's time for that part of the show where Nick tells us about the comings and goings of college baseball. Michael, you could learn a thing or two in this segment. Nick, take it away.
Right.
So, as you all know, opening weekend of the college baseball season was just this last weekend. It was awesome. A lot of things happened. So many things that I decided to just take 15 and kind of squeeze it down, condense it into a list.
15 things?
Top 5 super blowouts, exterminations, and Oppenheimers of opening day. You don't have any questions about any of that?
No, I know what an Oppenheimer is. This seems like it's going to be people exploding other people because of where they live.
Well, first, let's start.
Oh, my bad. That's what Oppenheimer did.
Let's start with the definitions. Now, there's some conflict in the world of baseball about what's considered a blowout. Some people say it's 5, 6, 7 runs. For these purposes, 6 runs or more.
Okay.
That's a blowout. A super blowout is a game won by 12 runs or more. An extermination happens when you win a game by 20 runs or more. And an Oppenheimer, Josh, is when you win the game on a shutout of 10 runs or more. Mass destruction, nothing there.
Is a blowout if the game is 18-12?
Great question.
Is that still a blowout? 6 runs, but is
seems kind of close, actually.
Like 6-0 is a blowout, but is 18-12 a blowout?
Yeah.
What about 106-100?
No, that's fair.
Seems like it went down to the wire.
Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't
I think
it?
the higher it gets, the worse it's not.
But that's the joy of baseball, isn't it?
It definitely is.
So let's start with the super blowouts. Starting in reverse order. Tennessee Tech got super blown out by Texas A&M, 23-7.
That's a super blow, yeah.
That's 16 runs.
I love a super blow.
Tarleton beat super blew out
Lemoyne, baby.
20-3.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
They're not very good at baseball.
No, they never have been good at anything.
LaSalle beat friend of the slice UMass 27-10.
I saw you
Which
tweeting
UMass
about
is that?
University of Maryland Eastern Shore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So not UMass, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, UMass.
Right, got it.
They also hate when you call them UMass. You have to call them UMES.
So La Tech hates when you call them La Tech. I understand.
New Mexico super blowout on Fordham at 19, which is, as you know, the very bare minimum before an extermination, as well as Kansas State super blowing out Penn State 24-5, also by 19 runs.
You ever get a chance to go to a baseball game, go see UNM play there in Albuquerque?
Yeah.
The balls fly to that joint.
I do like ball go far.
Yes.
Moving on to exterminations.
All right.
Again, a game won by 20 runs or more. VMI exterminated Delaware State.
Poor Delaware State.
24-4. Wagner lost to Virginia 31-9.
That's not good.
That's 22 runs.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia Tech, Bowling Green, 27. Georgia Tech over Bowling Green, rather, 27-4.
You know, Georgia Tech once won a game 222-0
against Cumberland.
Cumberland State.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that football? Yeah,
football.
I know about that.
Yeah.
Miami, you know Miami, the Hurricanes.
The Hurricanes, yes.
They decimated Lehigh.
Well,
27-3.
Lehigh, you know.
Yeah. But the biggest extermination by far of the weekend came to us on Sunday when Missouri took on Mount St. Mary's and absolutely leveled them 34-3. The other fun tidbit about that game, they did all 9 innings. So shout out to Mount St. Mary's, I guess.
I don't know why some games have run rules and others don't.
I don't either.
I think it's just a call.
Maybe they scored all that in the ninth. Maybe it was just like 20-3 going into the ninth.
That's true.
And they had to play it.
Oof.
Oh no, they're at home. So going to the 8th.
Yeah. By the 7th, they could have called it after the 7th, and they just refused to.
Let's keep playing. We got to get some exercise.
I respect that. I respect the Mountain for doing that.
I respect that.
And finally, Oppenheimer. A game 1 shutout of 10 runs or more. San Diego State was beat by Charlotte 13-0. NC State beat Washington, also 13-0. Longwood, nice, beat New Jersey Tech 15-0 on Valentine's Day.
New Jersey Tech.
And UCF did what I call a 1945.
Yeah.
On Siena with 2 nukes, one on the 13th, one on the 15th over Siena, 15-0 and 16-0.
So they little boyed them, and what was the other one called?
Big man.
Big man.
Wow.
Fat man.
Fat
boy.
man, little boy.
Little boy.
Yeah. In conclusion, college baseball is awesome. Thank you so very much. I love baseball. Baseball's great. Why can't I find it? Where is it?
Bum, 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 bum. There we go.
Baseball.
All right. Michael, what did you think of the first ever slice of college baseball that you were here for?
It's interesting.
You learned a lot.
I learned a lot.
You learn a lot.
I learned a lot there.
Yep.
I
You
did.
never know what's going to come in this segment.
I always thought an Oppenheimer was when you do something that you really regret.
Oh, interesting. Now I want to go watch that movie. A great movie. Can't believe the second hour is the hour you didn't like. They blew up the bomb in the second hour.
No. I said the first 20 to 30 minutes when you couldn't understand what they were saying.
Oh, yeah.
I said the majority of his movies, and it's not the middle third. It's usually about a little past the halfway point where for about 20 minutes, he adds all the footage he could have put on the cutting room floor where he could just stop. Even my favorite of his movies.
Dark Knight?
No.
Batman Begins?
No. Even
Insomnia?
No. Even the
Memento.
There you go. Memento. Even that one had about a 20 minutes where you're like, I know this already. Stop trying to explain. I know.
Yeah.
I know what happened.
So you're not excited for the Odyssey, then I'm taking it. Will you go see
I'll
the
go
Odyssey?
see it.
Yeah.
I'll go see it. A lot of good people in it.
I can't wait.
But I know there'll be a spot in there. You know what? You know where it was in
Dark Knight.
No, the one where you spin the top.
Oh, Inception.
It was when they kept doing the going back thing.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, come on.
When they go levels in
Stop.
levels. That's my
Skip
favorite
a level.
That's my favorite movie of his. Love
Really?
Inception, yeah.
Oh, that whole.
Oh no, Prestige. Prestige is
by
my
far,
favorite.
by
Prestige
far.
rocks.
Those are my two favorite. Prestige and then
John
Memento.
doesn't like Inception because I don't think his brain could comprehend what was happening. He was like, it's stupid. I'm like,
I've never
maybe
seen
you're
Inception.
The-
I know.
What?
It's not because I don't want to. I just haven't.
The one I don't like at all
Interstellar.
is Interstellar.
Yeah, Nick's
Interstellar
Generation
is one of my favorite movies of all
Nick's
time.
Generation, that's like their
Interstellar.
Casablanca.
I love Interstellar so
I'm
very
a big
much.
fan of Interstellar. I don't like the.
So I did watch it twice because I was just making sure I didn't miss
I don't
something.
like. I think it stops being like a 5-star masterpiece when he goes into the book land.
In the wall.
Yeah, that's when it goes
I
like
was
when
like,
it goes
why?
from 5-star to 4-star.
Wow, it sounds like you're like John. I think you couldn't comprehend it.
No, I just don't. I liked all the other stuff. When they have to spin the ship around to match the speed with the music, that scene is unbelievably good. But then they go in the bookcase and it just loses
Yeah, the
me a little
bookcase
bit.
part, I was like,
Yeah, but I really enjoyed that movie.
I love that movie.
and I didn't like Tenet.
I didn't either.
And I didn't like, I told you yesterday, the bombing one.
Oppenheimer.
No. The ship, the pilot.
Oh, yeah, my bad. The World War II
Dunkirk.
movie.
Dunkirk.
Yeah, Dunkirk.
I really like
I
Dunkirk.
had a lot of hope for Dunkirk because I love those kinds of movies.
Yeah.
You know, we watch a lot of documentaries for that. We love that stuff. And I couldn't stay awake.
Nick, you
Reminds
not
me of
seeing
300.
I
I
hated that
slept
movie.
through 300 twice. I
You
couldn't
not
remember
seeing
the-
Inception honestly blows my mind.
I'm surprised I haven't seen it yet.
Mind blown.
Yeah, I have that movie on Blu-ray. Let's see, is it streaming anywhere? It's
It
on
sh-
HBO.
yeah.
You should pick it, Nick, just to make John mad.
Oh,
Plus,
okay.
I get to watch Inception again. Let's see. There was one comment before we go to break from 402. Nick, your slice of college baseball segment has come so far. Great stuff. Much better than rubber mats and yellow cats or whatever Josh did that one year. It was wooden bats and rubber hats. That was
Yes.
my college
what was
baseball.
I didn't get rubber hats. What would that mean?
Yeah, it was
Like if you have a wooden bat and a rubber hat, then you could play in the rain because the
you wouldn't
lightning.
get struck by lightning.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
Thank you for that compliment.
Just so
I
you know,
appreciate
just
it.
so you know, real quickly, it matters your shoes more than the hat.
All right, rubber shoes.
Yeah,
Wooden
that-
bats and a
where
rubber.
where you're grounded matters
Yeah, but
more.
that doesn't rhyme.
Yeah, wooden
I was
bats
just
and rubber
making
hats.
sure you know, in case you want to go run out there in a storm with a rubber hat on.
Look at this from Stibbs. Memento rocks. Michael and I are more alike than I thought. Wow, look at this. Memento brings Michael and Stibbs together.
Brings us
I've
together.
watched it 5 times. I always want to love
Yeah,
it,
it was-
and I never do.
So,
I'm always
so
like,
we watched it. I was in Albuquerque at a friend's house. It was late. We watched it. She went to bed. I then watched all the DVD extras. You pull out the drawers and all the files and read through all. It was I was in such a deep, up like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Kids today don't know about the DVD extras.
I love
goodness.
DVD
The
extras so
extras
much.
were
Watch a
incredible
movie
in
with the commentary on it the
It
whole
was
time.
so good.
I've been going through a recollecting digital media as physical media phase.
It's good to collect physical media.
And watching some Blu-rays that came out even 5 years ago, and it's like I see that it has commentary on it. I love watching.
I used to watch those. It's
commentary.
like a podcast.
My oldest is doing that now.
All right, when we return, hot take market. Michael has a bevy of takes for us today.
I don't know about that. I use one.
Well, then you still have 3. That's more than me. I only have 2.
Okay.
Nick, do you have any hot takes for today?
No.
Okay.
He has one.
That was hot earlier.
It was very hot.
Also, Steve Sipple will join us in about 15, 20 minutes. You talk to him every week during football season, and then you just stop. So now you get to talk to him again.
I talk to him a lot.
Do you really?
By text.
Oh, that's good. Hopefully,
every time they make a mistake.
Who, his website?
No, on a podcast.
Oh, nice. That's funny. All right, we'll talk to Sipple in a bit, but hot take market next here on 1620 The Zone. Hot take market. If you have any hot takes, we'd love to hear from you.
Give us your hot takes.
You can give us your hot takes. Michael, you have 3 of them, so why don't you kick us off in the hot take market? No pressure here, just to let you know, Austin often fails at this segment, so at the very least, you can try to be better than Austin.
So, hot take, I believe.
All right.
Bud Crawford is the 3rd greatest Nebraska-born athlete.
Whoa, people would say that is a hot take.
So, behind Bob Gibson and Gale Sayers.
Okay.
Here are your next, say, 5 or 6 that are in competition for it.
Scott Frost.
Obviously, Johnny Rogers
him
is
too.
next. Remember, Johnny was drafted into baseball first from the Dodgers.
Baseball.
Ended up going to Nebraska, and then he ended up playing football, obviously, right?
On the Heisman.
Then there is Bob Boozer.
Yeah.
Played on the Olympic team.
I drive on his road.
Exactly. He once called me and left a message because he was mad because his road had potholes.
That's fair.
Yes. Dave Remington.
Has a trophy named after him.
And
guns.
Offensive lineman that finished in the finalists for the Heisman.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous.
Jim Hartung, incredible Olympian, just passed away. R.I.P. Jim, gold medalist. Jordan Larson, greatest international American volleyball player of all time.
Yeah.
Okay. She was 10th on the Nebraska list last time on the Omaha World Herald. Grover Cleveland Alexander, Hall of Famer. Amon Green, obviously Omaha Central.
Yep.
Alex Gordon, multiple sports. Dean Steinkooler. I argue that Bud Crawford is the 3rd greatest Nebraska-born athlete. That puts him ahead of Johnny, where I'm sure Johnny wouldn't agree. But by what he accomplished as a professional, doing what he's done, I think he goes ahead of him.
You know what's funny about this hot take? I think some people say that's too low. So I don't even know if you're. I feel
you
like
can't put him ahead of Bob Gibson.
Some people do.
Greatest right-hand
I
pitcher
heard some
of all
people
time.
saying after he retired that he's the greatest. Period.
Bob Gibson is the greatest right-handed pitcher, literally, legitimately of all time.
No
and
argument.
Gale Sayers only played really 5 seasons, and there's nobody that played against him and wouldn't tell you he's the greatest running back that ever played against him. And you know, the high school level, college level at Kansas, when he did it in Chicago, just incredible.
He was awesome.
And don't forget, great movie too.
Great movie.
Yeah.
All right. Hot take, I believe. Using a 19-year-old social media actions as a reason to believe anything about their future is a fool's errand. Have you seen this? You know what's going on with Braden Frager?
Yes, I did. I heard about this.
Okay, so he
and this has been happening since Twitter's been out. People have been mining old tweets.
He's been like he reposted something on Instagram, and you can
Spin
take
move
it.
thing?
Yeah, you can take it one way. Oh, he's entering the portal after the year, or you can take it the other way of he's getting offers, but he's spinning away from them. To which I say, he's a 19-year-old. Why would you care about what a 19-year-old is doing on social media?
Right.
It's ridiculous to try to make heads or tails of anything that a 19-year-old is thinking.
Do you remember, Josh, after national championship games, where players played well, both in football and in basketball, in multiple years, people went back and mined their tweets.
Oh, yeah.
From when they were in high school.
And said dumb stuff.
And they said dumb stuff because they were in high school.
Correct.
And they came back and they put them out there to try to embarrass
Look at
them.
what he said.
Look at what he said when he was 15.
I remember that happened with Josh Allen, the quarterback, right before the NFL draft.
Yeah.
I don't remember. He said,
Mr. Washed Up?
No, you
Mr.
settled down.
Overrated.
But he said something in high school, and everyone's like, oh, look at him. Look at what he said. And it's like, man, I am happy social media wasn't around when I was 15.
Well, there's stuff at the beginning
All
of
the
Twitter that
slurs?
I'm sure we tweeted and did.
I was 15 in the mid-aughts, Nick.
Stuff. I know I did stuff that certainly would not be acceptable now. Well, now it's turning around again. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, you would actually, you might get elected.
I might get elected now.
It's really, now I'm ostracized for not saying those words.
Who was the Villanova kid with the great Italian name? They won the national championship, jumped out the building, plays in the NBA now, got traded last year.
He played for the Knicks, right?
Yeah,
Big Bung.
not Villanueva. It's,
No.
God, it's like that. It's a really good name. But he, right after the national championship game, somebody went back and mined a bunch of tweets, put them out there. It was an embarrassing day after the
Dante DiVincenzo?
Thank you. Yes, that's
I don't
the one.
remember this. What
Yeah.
did he do?
He just had some inappropriate tweets from when he was in high school. And people went back there and
It's
looked him up.
really
and-
the time to tweet inappropriately is when you're in high
It
school.
really is. They
It
always
really
say
is.
you got to learn lessons.
I scrubbed my Twitter when I got hired on here
It's a good idea.
Ooh.
It's a good idea.
because I only used my Twitter in high school for a little bit, and then I had to go back.
They have companies that do that for you. Before you go on job interviews, they have companies that will scrub your Twitter for you.
All right, Michael, what's your next hot take?
Hot take, again, I believe.
All right, another one that you believe.
Major League Baseball
Should be canceled.
Officially is the 5th most favorite sport in America.
Whoa.
Wow.
What's it behind?
5th. Okay.
NFL.
Okay, NFL,
College football.
college football, NBA / college basketball.
Okay.
How
And
can they get
soccer has passed. You could make it 6 then if you want to do it.
Okay.
Soccer has passed Major League
it.
Baseball?
Soccer has passed it.
What?
I wrote this.
No, that makes sense.
Before I looked it up, I wrote it.
Okay.
Then I looked it up.
Gallup. R.I.P. Gallup.
R.I.P. Gallup. So it goes American football. It goes basketball overall.
Yep.
Football, soccer, and then baseball.
Yikes.
So if you go, and really, NFL, we were just talking about it. NFL and college football are two different.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. Some people like one more than the other.
Then the NBA, they combine it with college basketball together. And then you get soccer, and then you get baseball. So officially, by 2040, baseball will be gone.
Stibbs comments, what an absolutely abhorrent take. Michael lost me again. It's more popular now than it's been in decades.
Yeah, it's not true.
I believe the soccer thing, though. My little brother's like 13, and
There's
kids his age love soccer.
There's a difference between liking soccer as a 13-year-old and general popularity around the country.
Here's what they say. Fans' self-declared favorite sport. This is from the final quarter of 2024. Okay?
Yeah.
This is based off of just overall analysis. Soccer, 10%. Baseball, 9%.
But how did you phrase your hot take? That it is the
fifth most favorite sport.
Yeah, I guess there's a difference between favorite and popular, because baseball is not my favorite sport, but I would have it above soccer.
I did put Major League Baseball is now the 5th most popular sport in America. That's what you wrote.
Yeah, tough.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Hot take I could be talked into. I could be talked into this.
Okay.
Do not call me a moron.
You think we should use that word again?
No, I do not. I don't say that word, Nick. The Cowboys are operating like a slightly more serious franchise this offseason. Slightly more, Michael. Slightly more. But I need to see more. What do I need to see?
What?
Don't franchise George Pickens. Sign him so you can push all the money elsewhere. Speaking of pushing money elsewhere, do it with Dak. Do it with CD. Trying to figure out what else they need to do. They need to release some players, get a lot of cap space, and then use the cap space. Don't trade up in the draft. If you want to trade down, that's fine. Don't trade up in the draft, but sign some free agents. I love what they've done on defense. It's a bunch of young dudes. I think Christian Parker is going to be a guy on the defensive side of the ball, but they're a bunch of idiots normally. If they franchise George Pickens, they've lost me yet again.
Don't sign George Pickens.
Oh, no.
Don't sign George Pickens.
But he's good.
You want a guy with the word pick in his name?
If no one will trade for him at what you're trying to trade for him, then nobody would sign him except for you. Don't do it.
So trade him?
Get rid of him. If you can get something for him.
You have to
get
so
something
you franchise him and then trade him?
If you can get something for him, that would be great. But do not keep that guy. I'm telling you, he's a cancer.
I know, but he's so good.
I'm not saying he's born in June either, but he's a
thing.
cancer.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
He's so good, though. He jumps over players.
Okay. I agree. He's incredible.
Yeah.
He's the best contested catcher in the NFL.
I loved watching him. But then at the end of last year, it was like, oh, man, hey, there's all those things that we worried about with him when he just kind of checked out for a few
That's
games.
what he does.
You have one more hot take?
Yeah, the one that I did earlier, if you missed it, was Calandria finishes the season top 3 in total offensive yards in the Big Ten and top 3 in combined fumbles and interception among Big Ten quarterbacks.
So truly, like boom or bust.
Boom or bust.
Yeah.
Hot take I could be talked into.
Okay.
Stephen A. Smith has a good chance to win the Democratic nomination.
Oh, my God.
For president. Telling you.
Hell of,
good chance.
Hell of an answer to what happened in 2016. We were elected a reality star a couple times. Why not just have a TV personality?
Yeah, and I mean, he's examining it. He's thinking about it. He's very popular. He's going to have a lot of money to be able to back himself.
I would say this. Obviously, I would.
He would run for as a Democrat.
But he's not a Democrat. He's a Republican.
He's an independent. He's a registered independent. He said he would run.
So
all of his opinions are exactly. He's a Republican. Doesn't want to say he's a Republican. I will say this.
Actually, he says that he couldn't run for Republican now because of the way the Republican Party is currently.
Oh, interesting.
The way it is currently.
What way is that?
Not the way it was under Reagan, but the way it is currently.
Wasn't much better.
Well, it's got worse because of Reagan.
I would say this.
Well, no, definitely.
I would say this.
Well, there was some good times.
Him on a debate stage, like
that's what he said. He goes, "I would never lose a debate."
He wouldn't. He's so good. He could argue. Like that would be fascinating.
I like to imagine his State of the Unions would be kind of like how when people send him like Pokemon comparisons, and he's just there and he just breaks them down. It's like, now Mewtwo, he can do this and this and this, but if you put him up against Wemby, this and this.
Wow, did you just do a Pokemon Wemby crossover?
I think he did a Pokemon Wemby.
I believe that.
Probably not Wemby, but it was
that.
an NBA player and Mewtwo. It was incredible.
I mean, look, would I watch the debate? Of course I would. Do I want to vote for him? Of course I don't. What are we doing?
The thing is, if he won the nomination, you always have the choice to not vote, which is what happened.
Stupid.
It's what happened in the last election.
I know,
you have that choice to not
and
vote.
Third party is throwing away your vote.
Exactly.
Yeah. Don't be children.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last time I voted for a third
Pick a
party was
side.
in 5th grade.
Yeah. Yeah. And what were you in 5th grade?
Valentine's or
10.
Halloween?
You were a
I was
child.
10. No, I voted for Anderson. So we had actually a mock
Cooper?
vote in 1980 for who was going to vote, and we didn't vote for Reagan. We voted for Anderson because we were told that if he got 10% of the vote, then they would start financing a third party.
Yeah. How'd that work?
That didn't happen.
Yeah. What was the one? Was it 92? That was the
Perot.
one that had like a huge, like a big ass third party.
You had Perot
That's the last time.
and then you also had
What's his name ran in 96, right?
you had the guy that 88 and 84. You had Jesse.
Mhm.
92. You had Perot, but you also had Ralph Nader running
In 96.
in 96.
Yeah. And that's talking politics.
A lot of people were high.
People
on
are so pissed right
Perot.
now. They're probably typing on the scrolls. Michael always talks
They were.
politics.
They were big time.
My dad was a huge Perot guy.
Yeah. He had
Rue's vote.
he had one of the best debates of all. He had one of the best, and then his running mate, who was this former admiral, who during the debate
Ted Carter
was so annoyed by the guy he turned off his hearing aid.
Oh my gosh.
And he goes, "I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I turned off my hearing aid."
Wait, Admiral, was it Sean McDermott?
It was
Nice.
so awesome.
All right, when
So
we
good.
return, Steve Sipple will join us.
Maybe.
I hope so.
I know. Yeah, you're always in your car on Tuesdays.
I am. I used to be all the time. Going to Big Red Rapid.
Going to Big Red Wrap Up. Are you guys doing any special spring shows?
Yeah, after the spring game, we'll do one.
Awesome.
Tuesday after.
A real spring game again.
Yep.
It's back, Nick. A real life spring game.
Yep.
Cool.
Are you going to do a severe reaction on that? Sunday
I don't
after
think
the
they're going to
spring
have
game?
me do a severe reaction.
That'd be pretty fun. Hey, Tony Calandri threw 3 interceptions.
What day is that
my
spring game
goodness.
again?
Saturday,
The 28th.
28th of March.
Can't do it.
Why not?
Can't do it.
Because we'll be live on the scene for Nebraska's Elite 8 run, cutting down the nets
Yup.
in Chicago.
No, I'm talking about severe reaction the next day?
Yes,
Oh,
Sunday
you guys
the
will be back
29th.
home by then.
Yeah, 29th.
You guys will be back home by then.
Oh, you jerk. All right, Steve Sipple, next on 1620 The Zone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
He joins us right now on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. He's from 93.7 The Ticket. He's from Husker Online. He does speaking engagements at churches all over, not the chicken restaurant, but actual churches. He's Steve Sipple. He joins us on this Tuesday. Sip, what's going on? How are you?
I'm fine. I recognize that laugh. Was that Michael? That was Michael.
That was the laugh of Michael Severe.
That was me laughing because I know you don't go to churches.
Easy.
What's your favorite Bible verse, Sipple?
Oh, I mean, I'm not going to get into that, but I mean, Michael, I was a daily confession guy.
I was talking about church as the chicken place, bro. I wasn't talking about going to church. I was talking about the churches. It's a chicken joint. You never been to churches?
I don't go. No, never been.
See, that's what I was thinking. You know, I can't see you in line getting a 12-piece box with some extra jalapenos on the side. I just don't see you doing that.
No, I would never go jalapenos with chicken.
Oh, dude, these jalapenos are so good. They're soaked in this, I don't know what, and you eat a piece of chicken and you take a bite of the jalapeno, and it's glorious. Trust me, Sip.
Sounds like setback.
You'd love it, man. I'm telling you right now. It's much better than anything you ever had at any of those places you go for 2 p.m. to get dinner. Well, you go to bed at 8:30, so I think you got to get the early dinner.
Hey, you got an early wake-up call, Sipple. Here's a question for you. How often do people ask you what time your alarm is set for? People love asking morning radio people
4:45.
What time you wake up.
4:45.
Yeah, it is 4:45 around that 4:50. They do. They do.
Hey, Sip,
it is great small talk, if we're being honest.
It's like talking about the weather, which is disgusting. Sip, let me ask you this. We just had a segment where we were doing kind of like hot takes. What do you think about this one? Anthony Calandria finishes in the top 3 of the Big Ten in total offensive yards. You know, that's passing and rushing. But at the same time, he finishes in the top 3 of combined turnovers, interceptions, and fumbles.
1 second. Yeah, check.
Yeah, give me a check. Give me a receipt, too.
What's that?
Anything else?
No.
That's all. I don't need anything else. How about a lollipop?
I'm at the bank.
I know you are, so I try and get a lollipop.
So top 3 in total.
Top 3 in total offense in the Big Ten, but at the same time, he's top 3 in combined fumbles and interceptions.
Oh.
Would you be surprised if that was the case?
Michael, I'd like to think like everybody, not just Calandria. I'd like to think everybody is mindful of that over there at the Memorial Stadium. Like that it just has to be something that can't happen. Like, well, it wouldn't, like, you wouldn't think it would be something that they don't address almost daily. Right?
But don't you want for him to play the way he plays, based on the 3 years we have of sample size, for him to play at his best and his most creative, he's also got to kind of be on the edge.
Yeah.
Right?
No, that's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point. But I still think you've got to emphasize it.
Sure.
I think he's mature. See, I don't think it has to be necessarily a bad thing for someone to suggest it's got to be emphasized, and that automatically becomes, but that'll take away his swashbuckling nature. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Here's why: because he's old. He's in his early 20s. He's a senior. He can separate those conversations in his head. Yeah, I can still be me, but I can't turn it over like I have. I just can't, because it won't it's not going to work in this league. It hardly works in any league. So I think you can emphasize it with an older guy and not take away what he is.
You don't think that, and we're talking to Steve Sipple, Husker Online, you don't think that takes away from like what makes him him, though, I guess, because this is quite the needle to thread, right?
I don't know. It doesn't have to be. I don't think it has to be. Now, I don't know his makeup. I don't know if he's fragile. I mean, it just strikes me as fragile. He got to thread this needle, and you got to be careful with his psyche, blah, blah, blah.
It's not from that perspective. It's more what makes him so dynamite is that he is, and I'm going to bring up a name, and I'm not going to say he's going to be a Hall of Famer like this, but let's just go down this road.
Brett Favre.
Brett Favre, exactly. Brett Favre, what made Brett Favre so good is that Brett Favre would have a couple plays a game where you're like, oh my gosh, what was he thinking? But you took the good with the bad, and so I feel like
you have
the
facts
good.
of life.
I feel like the good of Calandria only is there if he is being that risky player. So I would actually say don't even focus on those types of things.
But he doesn't have to be that bad where he's top 3 in fumbles and interceptions.
Well, so that was Taylor Martinez. 2012, one of the best seasons they had. 2012, he was a 16, 18 fumble guy, lost a bunch of them, threw some interceptions, but made so many big plays, taking chances, like that Michigan State game with a throw across the middle on 4th down, that's how they ended up winning those 9 games.
Way better team overall.
No, I agree. No, I completely. So that's just it. Calandria's got to do more than even Taylor had to do to be able to win games, to be able to get a season better than what most people are picking, 5-7, 6-6. I just think he's got to play on the edge. And I think you can play on the edge, be successful, and still be a turnover guy and still win games.
Okay.
That's
Well,
my thing.
Yeah, wouldn't dismiss it as long as it doesn't go too far. I mean, I don't know what it's hard to because I'm just when you're asking me to sort of conjure up an image in my mind of the totality of a season, it's hard to do. I don't know if we're on this. I don't know if the image I have in my brain is the same as yours, but yeah, I think you're right. And here's listen, he's still going to be him.
Sure,
but it can't get out of hand. Just can't get out of hand. They're not good enough to overcome that.
Steve Sipple joining us. Sip, you finished your column today by writing, in 30-plus years of covering Nebraska football, I've never encountered this level of apathy from the fan base preceding spring practice. And then you asked, am I wrong? And so pushing aside like whether or not you are right, what do you think that ultimately means for the next 2 months surrounding spring practice? And I generally kind of agree with you. I think that there is that level of apathy, but I guess I'm wondering, how does this change how you approach the job or maybe the feelings that surround spring practice this year?
Yeah, Josh, it won't approach how I approach my job. I think it can be good for the program. I don't think it has to be bad. I think in some ways that lack of attention is helpful. Depends, always depends who you're talking about. I think for players and coaches, it can be a really good thing. It's not great for a head coach, for the media, to be constantly talking about a lack of interest, right? I mean, it doesn't necessarily. There's something led to a lack of interest, so it's not great for the head coach to hear that. But in terms of preparing his team, yeah, I think it can be really good. I hope it's possible too that I'm not right, but man, it feels that way to me. Just based on is feel and anecdotal evidence.
Mm-hmm.
What people tell me. I don't have our analytics, like in terms of our hit numbers, but I just a sense I have.
Sip, the year reminds me of, and this was my second year being here in Nebraska. I was covering Big Red Breakfast every Fridays over at the Holiday Inn. It reminds me of 2003 because 2002 was such a miserable year, right? And it hadn't had that year in forever. It was 7-7. They fired a bunch of coaches. They replaced people. There really wasn't, you didn't know what you were going to have. You didn't know what you really were going to have at quarterback because of the issues in 2002. You didn't know this new defensive coordinator who was coming in. It feels like that year to me a little bit. Is there a year you can compare it to at all?
Well, I wouldn't say, no, you're not talking about apathy in 2003, right?
Well, in 2003, there was a lot of negativeness from what I got. Again, it was only my second year here. I would go to these Big Red Breakfasts and talk to these people, and there was a lot of people that were just like, didn't know what to expect early on in that 2003 year. Like they just were, They were worried. They were worried for the first time in a long time as fans. They were just, we didn't know what was going to happen.
Yeah, it was different. It was a different feel. It was there was more anxiety, but there wasn't apathy.
Anxiety is a good word.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of anxiety back then. The 2002 season caused a lot of anxiety, but there was not apathy. Not with now it's coming back to me. They played in Shreveport.
Yep.
They played the Independence Bowl, and Pelini was coming in. There was some excitement in that regard, and they had a pretty good team coming back. So no, it wasn't. I didn't feel like it was the same. Like, not even close on apathy.
They really didn't have a great team coming back based on the numbers they had in 2002. If you go back and look at the defensive numbers in 2002 and look at what they did at quarterback and the way they were bad. I mean, that was the worst team.
Not a great team coming back, but all right.
Worst team they'd had since like 19. I went back and did these numbers. It was like since 68 or 7 or something, to where they ended giving up those kind of yards and those kinds of games and losing those kinds of games. It had been a long time since they had played like that.
02 was abysmal.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I would say, I don't know though. I don't know. I don't really think it's all that comparable, because I'm not even sure what I detect is anxiety right now. Like, I don't compare those at all, actually. 2002 and 2. Now, some of that, I've been around here a lot.
Yeah, a lot longer than me. Yep.
Here's the thing. No, I think it's more, I think it's boredom a little bit right now. I don't think there's a lot of anxiety. I think people kind of know what the deal is, Michael. I don't think that people are, unfortunately, there's way more resignation. I mean, there's just a lot more resignation right now, if you're just being honest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and that's why
because of schedule. I mean, the schedule back then in 2003 wasn't like this. I mean, it's a way different conversation.
In 2002, they ended the season losing their last 3 games.
And they got their asses
blown out
beat
by Kansas State.
and
Colorado
Colorado
handled them.
Yeah.
And obviously the Ole Miss game during the bowl game was pretty nasty. Okay. So in between that happened in 68. And then it didn't happen again until 2007. That 2002 is a really interesting dynamic year in the change of the program. That's why I brought it up. I know the word apathy doesn't fit into it, but it certainly was the strangest feeling the Nebraska fans had had since 68.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It was a jolt in a lot of different ways. I mean, we hadn't seen anything like that, but I thought, but I'll tell you what, it's sort of informative. I think that program was much on better. It was on solid. It was on more solid ground. Like, it didn't maybe feel like it in November of that year, late November, December, but they quickly rebounded.
When did the rumors of Frank being on the hot seat start?
Oh, I'd say
during 2002.
And Iowa State, when they lost at Iowa State, it really got hot.
Okay.
That was early. That was like late September, early October that year.
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember chasing Bill Byrne. He was the AD at the time.
Yeah,
into a stairwell in Ames. Yeah, it was getting hot. It was getting hot at that point.
Yeah, and Steve Sipple joining us, Husker Online, 93.7 The Ticket. Jordan wrote on our YouTube page, he compares this to Frost last year in 2022. And see, that's where my mind is always going with this. And I think it's a word that you just said, resignation. And Michael and I hit on this earlier, this idea that we know how this book is going to end. You just have to get to the end of the book with the Matt Rhule era. And I would say that I think I know how this is going to end. I think I would be surprised if it had a happy ending. And I think that is much more comparable to the end of the Frost era. Whereas 2002, I mean, I was, I would have turned 14 that year. So I was obviously young, but it was such a jolt to the system of like, wait, Nebraska can be this bad. Like I couldn't even fathom the idea of it. Whereas now, the end of the last season, it was like, uh-oh, it's happening again, was the feeling that I had in November.
Oh, I can't even, it's hard for me to even compare the eras in any way. I mean, it's way different now.
For sure.
But what you're saying about, the only thing I'd say about Frost's second to last year was I thought that, I know how I was approached. I still thought he might, like, I get criticized a lot for giving Frost too much rope. I get that. But I thought going into his final year, they might be able to get something going. I thought that as late as the first half against Northwestern in Dublin. And then what I always say, and I'm glad you gave me an opportunity to speak. I don't convey this on message boards or social media. I should sometimes. I thought Frost, the end of it spun out really fast. That's the way I always regarded it. I thought, okay, he might be able to pull this out. I always equated it to a plane nosedive in. He's the pilot, and maybe he can pull it out of the tailspin. And I thought even going into Dublin that he could still do that. I gave him kind of a chance to do it, and then it just got out. It got out of control fast. So the second half happened, and then the North Dakota game happened, and then you could just see it's done. But in my mind, it spun out quickly. I don't see that with Rhule. It's spun out. It's kind of spun out already, and I don't know. I just don't know what he's got to do. It's going to be hard.
Yeah, they could have legitimately fired Frost after 21, and really no one would have said boo, right? Maybe some people would have said give him more chances because he lost the last 6 games of that season. A lot of them were close losses, right? The last three.
Michael, I got to tell you.
Yeah.
I was hard on him in 2021, and I got a lot of flack.
Do you think he should have been fired at the end of 21?
No, I got a lot of flack. I didn't say he should be fired, but I was pretty critical.
Right.
And I got a lot of flack for it. So I don't know if everybody was ready to move on.
Okay.
I got flack.
I said he should have been fired in October that year, and people yelled at me for months. So, no, I felt like I was on an island.
What I'm suggesting is it was coming from both sides. I think if you were suggesting he should be fired at that point, you're getting it. And if you were not suggesting that you were getting it, I think the fan base, it was a very polarizing topic. I don't even know if anything's polarizing right now. That's the problem.
I will say, Rhule obviously has his defenders and supporters, but they are quiet.
But that's my point, though, is that if you look at the way last season ended, outscored 121-48, right? As bad as the end of 21 was, those games were all close. It feels like the ending to this was worse than the ending to 2021. And a lot of people wanted to fire him. That's what I was comparing, that's a 3-year, same kind of year, So I don't know.
It's and now we have to give voice to this. It's a little. They were 7-6 last year, right? I mean, it's not. Mm-hmm. That's what Rhule would say, and he's not wrong. It's a shallow 7-6. We always do that. But he was 7-6.
What was the best win again? What was the best win again? Best win again was Northwestern.
Right. And 2 of those wins were Akron and Houston Christian, which borderline don't count in my mind. So in some ways you're sub 500. They're in one. And but again, maybe he can spin out of it.
Hey, what do you think of this? And I honestly had no idea we'd be going down this road for 15, 20 minutes, but I've really enjoyed it. Andy on YouTube says it's like this in terms of the feeling surrounding the program. Because we have no connection with the players and recruiting is worthless now. That the relationship, certainly 02, it's much different. We have a relationship with Jamal Lord. We have a relationship with the coaches. They've been around for a while, because of the program and because of college football. It's way different today.
Oh my God. Who wrote that?
That was Andy on YouTube.
Yeah, that's really insightful, Andy. It is really insightful. I hadn't even thought about it that much like that. But it is 100%. That's a big factor. It's a huge factor. We don't have connection. We don't have these close connections at all, right?
Yep.
I mean, maybe that was somewhat the appeal of Eckler in some ways, for instance, right? Because he did have he's from Nebraska and all that. Now, that doesn't always matter, but in this conversation, it matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that is a huge factor, and that's something that ADs have to keep all over the country have to keep in mind. I feel pretty detached from the program most of the time now. I didn't used to feel that way.
Yeah, I mean, going back to this way we started this conversation with Calandria, I can see it now. If he performs well, it's like he will be embraced as one of this place's own. If he is not performing well, it's going to be, he was a mercenary anyway. Who cares? Like, I didn't, I never wanted the guy or whatever. It's
100%. I mean, the way, and the one bit of insight I could add is the way the whole thing's structured now with the media contributes to it. They put the guys at podiums. You never meet them. I would tell you this. So they put them at podiums. We're at these desks, and the Nebraska officials shuttle them in and out. You never have any personal interaction with them, or very, very little. I never had an interview with Dylan last year. I just saw him at the podium.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, I kind of knew Dylan, but I knew Dylan much better before he got to Nebraska.
Yeah.
And then it becomes very regimented and cold. And that's how the head coach wants it. But that's fine. I think that makes sense because what he wants is a consistent message. But a byproduct of having that consistent message is this detachment that makes it easier to criticize the program. It's easier. I mean, you don't feel any connection. Of course, it's a little easier to take some swipes at it because you're not going to know these people.
Sip, let's jump over to a little happier topic in Nebraska basketball. 8:00, heading out there, Iowa City. Your feel of how important this game is for the rest of the season, both emotionally and obviously with the chance to maybe still keep a 2 seed or lock in a 3 seed kind of thing?
The West of this morning is that forget all the analytics as it applies to the seeds, 2 seed, 3 seed, 4 seed, etc. If you're a 2 seed, you win this game. If you're a legitimate 2 seed, if you think you're that, all that entails, you go win this game. And that's kind of the way I look at it. It's huge. All these games are huge if you're in that realm of, I mean, a 2 seed's really important. A 2 or 3 seed and getting the opportunity to play in St. Louis or Oklahoma City, that is very important in the grand scope. So this game, all these games are huge. This game is a little bigger because, frankly, it's harder. They're not even picked to win this game. So I called it. I won't miss it. I miss some of these games, especially the late ones, but I'm not going to miss this one. It's a monster.
Good news. The line is flipped.
What's it now?
Nope. They're back.
Okay. Never mind.
Earlier when I looked at it, now it's back to 1.5 Iowa again.
Okay. Well, Sip, enjoy the game and then get some sleep because you have that 4:45 alarm coming your way.
4:50
tomorrow morning.
You wonder why I'm always crabby. All right. Well, thank you guys. I love you.
All right, Sip.
Love
thanks,
you,
man.
Sipple. What a great conversation. Steve Sipple joining us.
So the years where it changed Nebraska.
Yeah.
So it's 68.
Yeah.
Hell, they didn't even lose all the last 3. They lost to Kansas State, beat Colorado, and they got killed by Oklahoma 47-0. Mm-hmm. They changed everything. They hired offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator. Tom Osborne took over play calling. It changed everything.
Trajectory of the whole program.
2002, lost their last 3 games, a combined 104-49. The older coaches, gone. Bringing in new coaches, changing the whole coaching staff over. It eventually led to Frank being fired.
Yeah.
Because without 02, the way 03 went, he wouldn't have got fired.
And it led to Bo Pelini being hired.
Exactly. 2007.
Oh, yeah.
They allowed 172 points over the last 3 games.
Preposterous.
172 points. Obviously.
That's almost 60 a game.
Led to coaching change.
Yeah.
Bo Pelini comes in.
Hey.
2017. Last 4 games allowed 166 points.
Bad.
In the last 4 games.
Bad.
Obviously led to
Mike Riley getting fired.
2021. Lost last 6 games of the season.
The loss was by 9 points, though.
Yeah, 26-17. Yep.
To Ohio State.
And then everything was 7-7.
Yep.
And then 2025, 121-48.
Yikes.
Did bring some change. Got a new defensive line coach, new offensive line coach, new defensive coordinator. You got some change.
No. Say that. What was the score of the last 3?
121-48.
In the last how many games? 3 games?
3 games. Penn State,
that is,
Iowa, Utah.
That is 40.3 points
Mm-hmm.
to 16 on average.
Yep. So the scores were 37-10.
Good.
And they got worse. 37-10,
Yeah, Iowa was worse.
40-16, then 44-22. And honestly, Utah could have scored
It could
2
have
more
been.
touchdowns.
Yeah.
Nebraska fought to the end to get to 22.
Yeah.
It could have been
Calling
much worse.
timeouts. Larry says, in the Equitable Bank inbox, relationship with the players, don't be stupid. Do you think Indiana fans or fans of any other team that made the playoff feel hollow because they don't have a relationship with the players? The Nebraska fan malaise is about lack of wins, specifically not one big win in 10 years. Certainly a solid argument against any of the feelings.
And a big, this is going back to my script from that I had for a severe reaction after the bowl game. A big part of this too is they don't trust the messenger.
Correct.
When you stop trusting the messenger, whether it's because he said things that didn't come true, or or felt like he was doing things using John's word that were gimmicky.
Yep.
Right.
He has.
Which he's done.
Yep. Backwards hat.
Or you're not
Call me
seeing the product on the field. And because of that, you don't trust the guy who's leading the product on the field.
Yeah, it's like 3 boxes. You
that
just checked.
really makes it tough for you to have any kind of energy to support the team. Now, some people just go, hey, it's your team. Just support them. And that's the way I feel about the Saints, right? I'm never going to stop supporting them. College is a different feel. It always has been. I've been a Syracuse fan since 1977. Okay? 77.
50 years.
I don't watch them anymore. I watched them for almost 50 years. I don't watch them anymore. There is a chance that you will have people who are Nebraska fans who've watched for 50 years who just stop watching. It could happen.
Yeah. Or at the very least, maybe you only tune in on Saturdays and then you never think about it.
Never think about it again.
402-951-1620. Got some responses we can get to. Also, you asked a question of me earlier today, and then they kind of tackled this in a backwards way on the morning show about rivalries. And so I wanted to get your thoughts on that ahead of Nebraska and Iowa, which is coming up in now less than 3 hours tonight in Iowa City. Plus content. Nick has been typing away, getting questions ready. So he'll be asking us those questions at the bottom of the hour as we get ready to wrap up the show on a very sunny day. It is hot in here.
It's hot and
We will not be taking off all of our clothes.
Hot and
But we will get to some more topics next on 1620 The Zone. Get to the rivalry stuff in just a moment. Some comments going back to our discussion with Sipple. Andy writes, fans have been trapped in some sort of battered wife syndrome with every coach since Callahan. They say they'll give us what we want, but in the end, it's a lie while they feed us BS. Jordan writes, it also doesn't help Rhule's relationship with the fans when he's being a blowhard about how good they are on all these podcasts, and then they come out undisciplined, unprepared, and uninterested.
Rhule was never going to Penn State. Listen to me. He was never going to Penn State.
But he talked about it like he was.
Did he use it to get himself an extension?
Yes.
That's business. Yes.
Yeah.
He was never.
But I think that makes people mad.
Be mad all you want. I respect the man's game trying to get paid.
Can I offer you like a middle ground of his mind perhaps wasn't all on Nebraska while he was trying to, at the very least, get himself a raise here.
The Minnesota game?
Yeah, just like that
whole game planning of the Minnesota game.
That whole couple of weeks. He was doing a lot of different stuff, man. He was doing a lot of different stuff.
Yeah, he was. I will say, and I blame
ring, ring.
I blame it completely on
Josh,
the offensive coordinator, and his game plan in the game.
Sure.
I'm going to remind you again, and I don't want to hear about it was a run-pass option. They started the game with 3 passes. Actually, one of them was a scramble.
Oh, terrible.
One was a scramble.
Yeah.
That
was rough.
I would have bet almost any amount that on that first drive, the first thing would have been a run to Emmett. That's the first thing.
And instead, they overthought it and like, we can't give it to Emmett. They're expecting that.
They actually ran a RPO and it didn't get given, right? And then the second play was a bad snap or a mistake on who went the wrong way.
That first drive was terrible.
It was horrible.
They only had like 2 bad drives all season, but that was unequivocally the worst.
And then remember, it's 7-6 at halftime.
Or 6-7.
6-7.
7-6 is that, remember?
Yeah.
And then they come out, they get a stop.
Yeah.
And they go down and drive and miss a touchdown pass.
Yeah.
How much was that on Matt Rhule thinking about Penn State? I don't know.
In that moment.
I will tell you again, it came down to the offensive coordinator and a quarterback not being able to put the ball in the bucket.
Mm-hmm.
He had 2 throws that he should have put in the bucket, both to the guy he was roommates with.
And you figured that any guy he was going to
And he didn't make those throws.
Yep.
And that's why they lost the game.
All right. You asked a question earlier today to me about rivals.
Yes.
And because Nebraska is a few hours away from playing Iowa, obviously a team that the fan base very much despises and very much enjoys winning.
I think the players do too. I think the players are in it too.
You talking about just in hoops? Or you talking about it
all
across
sports.
the board now?
Every sport they could possibly play in.
So they were discussing this on Happer and Schaefer this morning. And I found the way in which like they entered into it really interesting because they were like, there's like the football rivals, but I think Schaefer said, but I didn't really care about like Colorado basketball. But Iowa,
Missouri basketball.
Yeah, but Iowa has kind of transcended it. And then they asked Mitch Sherman, like, hey, who would you compare this with? And he was like, well, it has a little bit of this and a little bit of this. And he kind of put it in a way that I never thought of. They are an amalgamation of Kansas State, Missouri, and Colorado from basically my time in being alive onward.
Now.
Yes.
So in 2011, we did this. In 2011, you could compare every single team in the Big Ten to a team that Nebraska played in the Big 8, Big 12.
And what was Iowa at the time?
The problem, it was Iowa State because they were beating them.
Yeah.
There was no thought that Iowa was going to take over this series and become as dominant as they have.
They have dominated.
So when you go and you look at Oklahoma being, it was Michigan was Texas because they thought they owned everything, and Oklahoma was Ohio State because you had some kinship with them. There was a match for a lot of them. But Iowa, the whole thing has changed. And now it is the mixture of all those things.
Yeah.
But when it got in it, there was no mixture.
Yeah, and it's funny because, living in Omaha almost all my life, I always disliked of any of the Big Ten teams. I always disliked Iowa more than the others because of the proximity conversation. Because I knew people, and I obviously go blue, go Michigan. I knew Iowa fans. No, I lived in Michigan in the early 90s.
You didn't like them?
I did. I always said I'm a Wolverine.
You hate Ohio State. That's why you like Michigan.
I hate Ohio State. But anyway, go back to Iowa.
Yeah.
They very much have become that in recent years.
Sure.
And so now this is a game we keep talking about like must win and man, you do not want to lose to this team. I thought Happer told a great story because he was the PA announcer for the women's game yesterday. He said something about like the Let's Go Hawks and how it echoes around.
It does.
I always tell people I want the football team to do well, right? Like I root for them in that I want them to do well. Emotionally, I am very much detached. But there is something about those Iowa games that just get my dander up. And so, like, when I have to do the post-game show after the Black Friday loss, I'm in a crappy mood because of it.
Talk to Sip about the last game at Iowa, that cold, very cold game there in Iowa City.
Brutal.
And when they started
Gross.
the Let's Go Hawks chant.
Oh.
and it was after the fumble on the punt or the muff, and they had scored, and it just started going, and it was just roaring around.
This was after Sean Callahan said, they're going to win the game.
Was
right?
at
That was
halftime.
after. Yeah.
That was at halftime when he said, "See, I told you, Severe." After that, and it did. It just kind of it just got bigger and bigger, and you could feel it, and the wind started blowing harder, and Nebraska couldn't move the ball. And then, of course, you had the screen pass and everything about losing to them. But see, we know it's Iowa is the worst.
Yeah.
Is it worse to lose currently to Illinois or Minnesota?
Minnesota.
See, in football.
Well, I just think
in football.
Yeah, I guess in basketball. Yeah.
And maybe it's Illinois in basketball?
Probably. I mean, Illinois is good at basketball.
The football one, though, Michigan is truly close to Iowa.
Wait, Michigan, or you said Minnesota?
I'm sorry, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Minnesota's close to Iowa.
Yeah.
Not just on the map, but also in terms of teams you don't want to lose to, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Because of Rode a Boat Guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, he takes a specific level of joy.
Yeah.
Sam McEwen brought up something on the Pick Six pod towards the end of the football season, how he kind of brought Nebraska into a conversation about rivals. I think it was ahead of the Wisconsin game about like, we've had some success against rivals like this team and like Nebraska.
Yeah.
And he was like, that's interesting that he brought them up without getting asked about them. You know that he likes beating Nebraska.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And you see that in the games like the one on that Friday night.
You watched that press conference after the last game when they beat Nebraska badly.
Dude,
he was so happy.
The culture stuff. Oh yeah, we knew we could do X, Y, and Z, and eventually we did. Like they were loving it.
And he went on a soliloquy for the first 5 or 7 minutes before they ever asked questions.
Yeah,
just talking about the greatness of that win. It was so, and that's what. And then the next week they get blown out by Iowa, probably because the whole week he was just so happy about beating Nebraska.
That's one of the worst parts about being a Cowboys fan is after they get beat. The other team is always like, yeah, we knew they'd fold because they're soft. And it's like, this is my team. They're soft.
They're soft.
You know what sucks? Being a fan of a team that people view as soft, and especially when it's proven true. Like that is a brutal feeling where you can't control it.
There's nothing
like,
you can do about it.
Because it makes you feel as a person who's a fan of them, I feel like a lesser man because I'm a Cowboys fan.
In history,
yikes.
Where does Iowa fit?
Talk to my therapist.
You should. And I'm glad you could do that. I could never go to therapy. I tried it. I just
been
can't
going for 7
We can't have
years.
conversations. Where does Iowa rank in history with Colorado, Texas, Miami in terms of teams you hate to lose to as a Nebraska fan?
Man, it's so this is hard, right? Because it's so recent. And because this is name those teams again.
It's
Texas,
Colorado.
Okay.
Then it's Texas. And Miami still falls in that.
Okay, so here's the hard part. Losing to Colorado, there were games that had national championship implications.
Sure.
Miami, they literally lost to them in a national championship game. The first loss to Texas in 96, the loss in 99, those were national championship type losses. And the one in 98 ended a home winning streak.
Yep.
Iowa is less about that. It's more about just
hate.
Yeah. And so in a way, I think you can almost make an argument it's worse because you're not even that great. And you're not great. You're not good. You're bad.
Yeah. My argument when we had this in 2011, me and Dirk were going back and forth about what team was going to be the big rival. And I said Iowa because it's a grocery store game. The only place you're going to see those other teams is at the game, after the game. Only time you're going to see Michigan fans, Ohio State fans, you're going to see Iowa fans at the grocery store.
Yep.
And they're going to have flags on their houses.
Yeah, Schaefer brought that up. He said his new neighborhood that he lives in now, it's like Iowa flag, Iowa flag, Iowa flag, Iowa flag.
So that's why this rivalry is where it is, because you have to hear it from them. Yep. They're not just going home. They're going home next to you.
Correct. Maybe you'll run into a Wisconsin fan. We have a great Wisconsin listener who tunes in all the time, Kyle. But I don't really see any of them out in the wild. But
Not really.
I see a lot of Iowa people.
Yeah.
There's an Iowa fan who runs at my lake all the time. I see him a lot.
Yeah.
And there's an Eagles fan out there too. I always want to put my foot out.
It's an Eagles fan. He's going to kick your ass.
Yeah, it would be. We own you. I know you do. Leave me
I
alone.
see Wisconsin fans all the time because every time I see the West Side thing, I think it's Wisconsin.
Yeah.
They have the same W.
They do.
And the same fight song.
Yeah. Hard to figure out what's going on.
Don't tell them it's the same W.
It is, though.
Don't put it on the internet. It's the same W.
It is the same W.
It's the same W.
It's be like a Gretna fan being like, it's not the same G as the Packers. Yes, it is. Everyone has the same C.
Do you know the Packers, the Grambling G was the way it was before the Packers G was?
So
Grambling's G,
more cultural appropriation.
The way it's cut off,
yeah,
is more. Then they switched to it. Green Bay did.
The white man takes something again.
Grambling,
tough. All right, when we return, it is time for some content. Coming up in content today, what does Nick have for us?
Lots of stuff.
Oh, Stephen A. Smith makes his second appearance on the Grum.
Oh, wow.
The second Stephen A. Smith that's at the Grum.
The fun President's Day fact and Popeyes. Yes, Nick, we're talking Popeyes.
Okay.
Next.
I'm glad we're talking about it because that's jerk John's not here.
Oh, thank God. That's coming up next here on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. All right, Nick, you wrote some questions. Why don't you ask us?
ESPN ranked the top 50 free agents for the offseason and listed their best fit in terms of teams.
Sport.
For George Pickens, they put down the Dallas Cowboys. Are they right?
Well, it's the only place that's going to keep him.
Michael said no earlier. It's not a good fit because nowhere's a good fit.
It's the only place that wants him.
What if
they shopped him everywhere?
What if they're able to get through to him and he becomes a better person? What if he's just chill for like 2 years and they win a Super Bowl and everything's fine?
I just don't think he's that person. There's a lot of guys like that, and eventually they burn out whatever team they're in and they end up with a bunch of different teams, and I think that's going to be him.
It probably is.
He was that way in college.
I hated him at Pittsburgh, and then he was good for the Cowboys for like 80% of the year, and so I really liked him. He's a freak. That guy is a freak of nature.
He is an incredible wide receiver.
Oh, my gosh.
Talking about a guy who needs to go to therapy with amazing social problems.
He should come to therapy
He should
with
go to
me.
therapy. Not with you, but like by himself.
He could. I'd be there. George, I'll drive you. You can give me a couple bucks. You can be my con knipple. I'm Bill Simmons. I'll drive you places.
Nice.
And give me some money, please.
By the way, Michael, there was one free agent they listed the Saints as a best fit for. Running back Kenneth Gainwell. Would you be a fan of his addition?
Yeah, well, right now, all three of the running backs they had planned were all injured at the end of the season. That's why a lot of people are saying that they're going to take Love with their first pick. I wouldn't be. I like Gainwell. Runs well in goal line.
Plus, his name is Kenneth Gainwell, Nick.
Yeah.
It'd be like if George Pickens was George Catchwell.
That's true.
No, I
cool.
like him. I wouldn't be upset about that.
There you go. I didn't like him when he played for the Eagles.
I know that.
He was on
I
that
know you
2022 team.
My wife's calling me.
Does she know you're filling in with me?
She knows I'm doing this.
Uh-oh. Is everything okay? All right, Nick.
Stephen A. Smith says once LeBron James retires, Anthony Edwards will be the new face of the NBA. Is he right?
Hey, Stephen A., maybe stick to politics. That's a bad take.
They've been saying this, multiple people, not just him.
It's not him.
For over 2 years.
It's not going to be him. You know who it's going to be?
Years.
And I know that he's not an American, which is perhaps why they're not saying this guy's name. It's Wemby. Wemby is easily going to be the face of the league. He's 8 feet tall. He can dribble between his legs. He can shoot threes. He is speaking of freaks, he's a freak of nature. We've never seen anything like this.
Only problem is
he gets hurt sometimes.
He's going to get hurt. That's just what happens when
blood
you're that
clots
size.
last year.
You're going to get hurt at that size.
But he's much more the face of the league. I like Ant,
well,
too.
the face of the league always is going to be put on to America.
American, yes.
They never called at any point
Jokic
the face of the
Giannis.
league. And it's not because he's not from here. And so.
I think it's going to be Wemby.
I understand why. because Ant also is so entertaining and says some of the craziest stuff.
He's very out of pocket.
That's
at
why,
times.
yeah.
Here's a sentence that I'm going to read out loud on the radio, and I'm going to love every second of it.
Oh, interesting.
Meta has secured a patent for an AI system designed to simulate deceased users by analyzing their past data, enabling the account to continue posting, sending messages, and even conducting video calls in their behavioral style. Now, guys, it's been a while since I've read the Divine Comedy. Can you remind me again, which circle of hell are we in?
We are in the one that's known as the Black Mirror on Netflix. Oh. That is a Black Mirror episode.
I do not want to talk to dead family members.
That is a Black Mirror.
I want them to talk to me.
They did it. The episode, I'll be right back, is this.
That's a great episode.
And it got to the point where then they created the actual thing.
Donald Gleason was in that episode, Nick.
And one of the sexiest women in the world.
She got naked in that episode, Nick.
She did.
Yeah, that's why, Ken, I think Michael would like industry. This sounds terrible. It sounds awful. I cannot imagine waking up and be like, I mean, yeah, obviously I miss family members and be like, I'm going to talk to them.
Yeah, and they talk by email.
No,
remember?
That's gross.
Yeah.
No,
everything that made a Black Mirror episode, it seems like they're all becoming reality.
And the lessons from Black Mirror, I thought was, this is bad.
Yes.
Maybe we should dial it back a little bit. And instead, the people running this country say, let's lean into this.
Lean into
it.
It'll be fine.
When I hear stuff like this, it makes me think of this tweet from 2021.
Oh.
It's basically, we've created the torment nexus from the book, Don't Create the Torment Nexus.
That's pretty
very
good,
true. It's very true. And we've had multiple Terminator movies. We know where this ends.
We know what's going to happen.
Meanwhile, here's a sentence that's actually cool.
Oh.
Popeyes is bringing back fried pickles. Taste test Wednesday?
Nice.
I forget, Michael, you are or aren't into pickles.
This is, I love pickles.
Okay. Because Mike Schaefer hates
I'm the opposite.
pickles.
I love pickles. I make
Pickles
my
are
own
awesome.
pickles. I make different flavor pickles. I love pickles.
You a dill guy?
I am more a sour guy than dill. I make dill once, but I'd rather just be sour or really spicy.
I believe they might be back as soon as this week because the
love dill.
seafood menu is here again.
I used to buy pickles off the internet. You know, the Holtzens, the bagged ones.
Internet pickles?
I would buy the Holtzens,
Are
the
they any
extra
good?
spicy or extra sour.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I don't know why. I much rather when they are sliced as round pickles, the chips, than the long
Than the
ones.
spears?
I don't know why.
My wife likes to chip pickles too. I used to be a spear guy, but I will admit that the coins, they are better for heat distribution and they won't burn your mouth.
Yeah.
Because they cool down a little faster
They're
while
good for
still
dipping
having
too.
heat.
It's one
They're
dip
very
heat.
good.
Yeah.
That's true. Not double dipping.
I love pickles.
I do too.
Jason
Yesterday,
Tatum is one guy says on here, Jason Tatum.
Yesterday was President's Day.
Yes.
John Tyler, our 10th president,
Yes.
had a grandson alive until last May.
Yep.
How, you ask?
How, Nick?
Well, John had a son while in his 60s. That son had a kid while in his 70s. That kid, Harrison Tyler, passed away last year at the age of 96, which means 3 generations of Tyler span every presidency in American history.
Yep.
Shout out to Kevin O'Neill for this great fact.
So you knew about this fact.
Yeah.
It's pretty sweet.
Because it's been around for a while.
Okay,
The
I haven't seen
conversation
it
had.
before.
And there was another guy that George Washington, John Quincy Adams, there was one around him too, and his lineage.
I remember that one.
That was about 10 years ago, where there was the consecutive.
That is wild.
Yeah.
Man, also having a kid in your 60s and then in your 70s.
Congrats on the old sex.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine like having a kid in another 15 years?
My dad had me when he was 59.
That is wild.
And my mom was 19.
That is also wild.
It's wild.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So I have a sister who is in her She's 90.
Whoa.
Audrey is 90.
Whoa.
Right? So that means her kids,
They're
right?
older than you.
And my kids are their uncle.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And so her kids are your
They're my
cousins?
Cousins.
Cousins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cousins, yeah.
So that's normal. But yeah, your kids are the uncle. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Call me uncle.
Call
you want
me-
to come over and spend the night at my house?
And that's what happens when your father has your
I guess
life,
that's
yeah.
true.
Want to come hang out with me, my nephew?
Nice.
Nice.
The pig one was the first one. This guy said, and that was the one people didn't like. They always said if you can get past the first episode of Black Mirror.
He said that's the best. This is Jean-Claude. Best. That's not.
Pig is probably one of the worst in terms of people
I think
liking
it's pretty
it.
solid. People
didn't like that one.
Sneaky favorite of me is the John Hamm one, where they the punishment is that you
yeah.
can't see and talk to anybody anymore. Like, dang,
That was
The Miley Cyrus one was really good.
I thought that was really good
one a
too.
lot.
The Miley Cyrus one was really good.
And then the whole time it was just a Nine Inch Nails song, and the whole time I'm listening to it, I'm like, that's Nine Inch Nails.
The first episode too, because
Nah,
I haven't seen the sequel of it, but the space one, that episode is so freaking good.
The end of the first one in season 4.
Yeah,
the original
that's the
one.
That one's awesome.
It's not the Enterprise. It's the USS.
It's something similar to that. Yeah.
At the end of that one, I couldn't sleep that night because my brain kept thinking about being stuck
Trapped
in the
in-
game,
yeah,
never being
forever.
able to get out of
Oh.
it. I couldn't sleep. It just was rattling around
Spoiler
my brain.
alert for that episode of Black
Sorry
Mirror.
if you didn't see
Yeah,
it.
it's
There's
so
a
good.
continuation of that episode, by the way.
I need to watch that.
Yeah, it's really good.
Finally, as of this morning, when I typed out this question with my own thingies,
I think this line is still right, Nick. So I think you're good.
Iowa was in a 1.5 point favorite over Nebraska.
They are.
What's going down tonight in Iowa City?
We talked about this earlier, Michael. And by the way, I'm checking the line. It is indeed
still- yeah.
Iowa minus 1.5.
It is.
So we talked about this earlier. I think Nebraska is going to play their second best game of the season. Their best game of the season, pound for pound, is Wisconsin. I would be shocked if they were able to match that level. I think that they can play their second best game. I think that they're going to have a good first half. I think Rink is going to have a good game. I think Price is going to have a good game. And Nebraska gets that, not elusive win that they've been looking for because they've had a lot of good wins this year. But their first great win in over a month. I think they're going to get it tonight. I think they roll.
You know what's crazy about this game? Okay. Nebraska's, I always mess up the damn word. Pythagorean, the theorem.
Pythagorean, yeah. Pythagorean
Their
expectation.
win number is 23. Okay. They have 23 wins.
Yeah.
So is Iowa's.
And they have
18.
Yeah, so they're underperforming. Well,
So they've
Nebraska's performing exactly how they
like-
should.
Yes.
Wow.
Now, the numbers I always look at is true shooting percentage.
Yep.
Nebraska is not as good as Iowa in true shooting percentage.
Yep.
And then defensive rating. Nebraska's 15th. Iowa, although we talk about them being better, they're 80th.
Yeah.
Offensive rating, 17th to 72. But I like that defensive rating and the true shooting percentages. This is going to be a close game.
We talked about it. Iowa can slow the game down. That's what they usually do to teams. And if Nebraska could get out and make some shots, it could make things very, very difficult.
They are 12-2 at home, too, by the way, Iowa is.
Aaron says, I have an aunt who had a kid, and their kid had a kid, and they are within 6 months of each other. So an aunt and an uncle, they had a kid.
Yeah.
And then that kid had a kid. Okay, I'm a little confused.
They're first cousins, right?
I guess so. The cousin was also married, so it wasn't unexpected.
Yeah.
Family dynamics get really weird when stuff like that happens.
When there's olds and youngs all hanging out together.
It's like, I'm an uncle, but I'm 5.
LSD Will says this may be a question better suited for dumb debates. Are we great yet? I think Nebraska.
At what?
I think they're basketball. I think they're pretty.
Oh, I thought you meant in terms of
America,
the country.
Is that something you can base off of just one season?
Well, we're talking about this season. Are they great this season? Are they great right now? Or would you just say they're very good?
I could have said that they were great going back to right after they beat Illinois. That was a great team.
Yes.
That had beat Michigan State, that had destroyed Wisconsin.
That week was nuts. They beat
Yeah.
Creighton, Wisconsin, and Illinois. Boom, boom. And I know Creighton stinks, but they beat those other two teams, and they beat Wisconsin by 30, and then they won that game at the buzzer against Illinois.
Yeah, and
That
they
was a
held
great week.
Creighton to 50 points.
Yeah.
In that game.
Yeah.
So I think they were great right then, and now they're very good.
They're very good. I think that's fair. So if I said great, I apologize. I think they're very good now. Speaking of great or very good, I would certainly say Michael's cooking is great, though I've still never had like dinner with him, but you seem like a great cook.
This is my last day eating meat.
This is his last day eating meat. So what's for dinner? We'll find out when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
Eat your ass first. He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
All right, so we kind of just got a little spoiler from Michael.
A little bit.
Yeah, his wife called, and they started talking about dinner, and I almost wanted to plug my ears and not know, but I guess I have some vague ideas, but I don't know. Michael, what's for dinner?
On Friday made this giant pork show. Saturday, I made a pork loki, kind of a Korean. Normally it's beef and pork. We had that with ramen. On Sunday, made barbecue pork sandwiches. Then yesterday, I made nachos out of it.
Okay, and you still have more.
There's still a little bit left of it.
Yeah.
But I don't know, since today is the last day before
Hey, do you want that to be your last hurrah?
I mean, I don't know.
What about Popeyes? You get Popeyes and some fried pickles.
That would be a pretty cool thing. It's up to the kid. What did he want to eat?
Okay, so we'll find out tomorrow, because you'll be back tomorrow, what the kid wants. Nick?
Last night, we ended up getting tacos at this place called El Ateño Taqueria.
Where's that at?
It's off of 48th and L.
Was it that time for tacos?
Really good. Huh?
Time for tacos.
It was really good. I liked it a lot. I got a case of birria.
Good.
I don't know about tonight.
Don't know about tonight. So we did brats on Sunday on the flat top. We have 2 left over. I'm going to finish off those. Probably some fries on the side.
Yeah.
And go from there.
I have a close friend of mine, who says the Blackstone thing is the stupidest thing he ever bought.
Wow, really?
He said besides breakfast, it's worthless.
No,
That's what
dude.
he's like, everything I can do on my smoker plus more except for breakfast.
I have never had better hamburgers at home than the ones that Riss makes on the flat top. That's what we did for the Super Bowl.
But they're not charred, right?
No, she does the...
Oh, I hate smash burgers.
Oh,
God,
my
I hate
gosh,
smash burgers.
dude. They are so good.
I hate smash burgers.
It has been such a game changer, and so we like it. Now, I will say this. The upkeep on this is a little bit more... Like, she actually does all of the clean, because she does all the cooking on it, and then she does all the cleaning, thankfully. Yeah. Whenever I cook on it, I'm like, man, do I really want to deal with the hassle of, cleaning it off, oiling it back down, and it's just, like, annoying. But, man, I think it's good.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't imagine that a brat would be as good as it would be on an open smoke grill.
Well, she did it differently the other day. She charred them first, and then she put it in like a basket and cooked them inside of the beer. And so they were truly beer-cooked brats.
Beer brats, yeah. You sook them before. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they were very good.
Interesting.
Satisker fan says smash burgers rule. I'm surprised.
They're the worst. I can't stand them.
The worst.
Thin hamburgers are the worst. Wow. That's why I don't like places like Steak and Shake. I want a big hamburger. You can then smash it down.
Yeah.
But why would I? People eat 2 of smash burgers, right?
Yep. That's what we did, yeah.
Why can't you have 1 burger?
What pisses me off about smash burgers is if you go to a place, they charge you normal burger price for less meat.
But it's 2 of them.
It's sometimes
if you order the 2, right? Yeah, sure.
Every place is
like I think 2 smash burgers is less than a normal burger.
The place that smash burger,
yeah,
they use a regular burger and they just smash it down and char both sides of it.
I mean, her smash burgers aren't these little puny little things. I'll take a photo next time.
All right, I'm not a big fan of the thin hamburgers or thin fries.
says love the crispy edges. That's the point of the smash burger. Yeah, that flavor.
But you can do that on a grill with a regular burger on a charcoal grill.
Yeah.
And it comes out really good.
It might fall through the cracks, the crevices into your fire.
It won't do that.
What if that happens?
How wide are your crevices?
I don't know.
On your grill, mine are pretty thin.
I guess
they're not gonna. It's not gonna fall through. Trust me, it doesn't fall through.
That's true. That's true.
That's funny.
Let us know what you are enjoying tonight for what's for dinner. Don't know, Nick. That's a bummer. That's very sad. Hopefully something tasty.
We didn't know last night either. It was just weird. Met up with some friends and are like, hey, you want to get some
I thought you're
food?
supposed to always say
Time for
rice.
tacos.
Yeah.
You don't say rice anymore?
I don't have rice as much as I do now that I have somebody else in my life.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a
She doesn't like rice?
No, she likes rice. I just don't. I would always make it because I never went shopping.
Yeah.
I just always
There's
had
always
rice.
rice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Rice and sometimes an egg.
We have rice with everything you eat in New Orleans.
I do love rice.
They put rice with everything.
Yeah.
Even
good.
breakfast.
It's good. Good for running.
I do like rice.
I do like rice.
Coming up tomorrow, Michael will be back.
We have no guests.
Well, we do. I just forgot to put his name up on the board. Matt Schick is going to join us
Matthew Schick.
at 2:50. And then Nick is efforting an NFL guest for us, but they might all be on vacation right now.
It's a possibility. The one I said to you is not on vacation. I know that.
But
I know, but he's impossible.
The one that you sent to me to ask.
The other guy?
It can't.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So I asked a guy, he can't. Nick asked a guy, he
So
can't.
he got back to you, though? He didn't respond?
No,
He
the
did.
other guy. Wait, Dane did?
Yeah, he responded to me.
Well, he got back to you.
Yeah.
So that's cool. Maybe
Wow.
eventually you
All
can
right.
get him.
So now you'll try the other guy then, Nick. Okay. And this guy mentioned that Michael is filling in, and maybe that would push him over the edge. Say, hey, Michael is back. He would love to talk to you.
Is for Ed?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Already did.
Okay.
And
Perfect.
he said no?
No, he hasn't gotten back to me yet.
Okay.
He's
Call
a
him Big
busy guy.
Sexy. Call him Big Sexy.
Yeah.
That's his nickname, Big Sexy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we play chess together sometimes. I probably shouldn't do that.
Call him Big Sexy. He loves it.
I mean, he might come on the show then, Nick. Okay,
Yes.
so maybe an NFL guest as well. Plus
Maybe.
dumb debates on the show tomorrow, which Michael apparently has participated in, but he doesn't.
But I don't remember it. Yeah.
Doesn't remember. So let's try to make it a little bit more memorable tomorrow. Plus a couple things that we didn't get a chance to get to today that we can tackle. I wanted to ask you something about Creighton, and with them playing tomorrow, that conversation will probably fit a little bit better. We're going to talk about the newcomers for the football team.
Yes.
You wanted to. So if you've ranked. This is the portal, or is this recruits?
This is newcomers.
Holy garbage!
Rank the newcomers. Yeah.
Whoa, okay.
The ones that actually think it will play.
Okay, so we'll go through that,
Yeah.
and I don't know. The conversation with Sipple was interesting. Maybe we can tackle some of that. Also, we somehow have not talked about the Kevin Durant stuff this week. Have you
I don't
seen
even
this?
know what's happening.
Awesome. All
I
right.
have no idea.
Well, we can tackle some of it.
Where does he even play now?
He is with the Rockets of Houston. He plays for Houston.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So
I had no
something-
idea.
There's actually been multiple things going on with him. One is very political, and one is not. And so we'll tackle the not Kevin Durant stuff.
Okay. All right.
There have been multiple NBA players who have various ties to certain countries that some would say are unseemly overseas.
Okay.
And so
Everybody's
that's
going to Saudi Arabia now making money.
different country overseas,
Okay.
but you're getting warm. That is
Okay.
that is
Okay.
certainly true. Jordan says you're getting Kevin Nash on the program. Nope, different Big Sexy, but good guess. We did have Kevin Nash on, did we not? When you and John did that.
When
run-
John and I did the wrestling thing.
the wrestling. What was
Yeah.
that called? Do you
Under,
remember?
over the mat, something to the mat,
'Cause
beyond
we
the
had
mat.
this guy. We had this coworker at the time
Who had a lot of
who
connections.
had a lot. Man, that guy was.
He was a weirdo, yes, but he had a lot of connections in wrestling.
What is it about this industry that just
It attracts him. That and pizza delivery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you've done both.
I did both. Yeah.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Jean-Claude says Michigan's already taken Purdue to the house. I forgot to turn that game on.
Yeah, I was watching. I'm been checking it out on my score.
21-11.
Yeah, 21. That's not bad.
It's early.
Yeah, it's
very
early.
early.
Yeah.
All right. So
Michigan will eventually shoot a lot of bad shots and get Purdue back in the game.
that's probably true. So all that and more coming up on the show tomorrow. We hope that you join us for that one between the hours of 2 and 6. What a great show it was. If you missed any of it, you can rewind the YouTube channel. Maybe like a 10-minute span. Don't rewind to. Am I right, Nick?
You can just ignore that.
Just ignore that 10 minutes and just edit it out of the YouTube. Don't do that. All right. We'll be back tomorrow. Get your dumb debates questions in. We'll talk to Schick, maybe an NFL guest, us three hanging out, being pals. It won't be 70 degrees, so you're going to be like,
I'll be happier.
You're going to be in such a good mood
I
tomorrow.
will be much
The
better.
studio won't be a billion degrees.
I'll be in a better mood tomorrow.
Nick will be in a better mood tomorrow, full of dinner and then breakfast and then lunch.
Yeah.
All right. Have a great night. For Mike, for Nick, I'm Josh.
See
Thanks
ya.
for joining us.
Goodbye.